Sorry, Kimberly Forbes. Give me that, but it's all right. No problem. F, you know the F. It's all right. You'll be all right. But Kimberly Forbes, she's missing today due to family emergency. I think it's a funeral. So we hear from cricket. She's 60. We just want to send our condolence to her and her family in this time. But yes, we're here, and Barbados is on 315 for 6. Also, you will hear a new voice in the come box today. I think he just flown in, so Paul may have a bit of accent today. So don't be surprised, our viewers. Jamaica have a good bit of work to do on their hands, because at the end of the day, Dorridge understand his game and understand how to score runs at this level. They would want to get some early in rolls. But Craig Brathwaite, the man who look unfazed, he doesn't look like he's flustered or he's in any sort of hurry. It doesn't look like he can't get out either, Foster.
Yeah, Derville Green has the ball in hand to Dorridge. He clips it forward of square, almost through mid-wicket. A long chase for Gordon Bryan. 2 runs to start the morning for the Barbados Pride. And interestingly, the field setting here, Keswick, suggests that the Scorpions, who took the new ball at the back end of last evening after 80 overs, have realized that there's not much pace in the wicket, so they'll be bowling as straight as possible. So the field is a straight set field. You have a one slip in the captain Blackwood, then there's a straightish mid-off who is short, and then there's a short mid-on. You also have the man at mid-off and mid-on cover point, but you have a deep backward square and a fine leg.
Well, the last couple of overs that was bowled yesterday before the end of play, similar field that they had as well. Dorridge usually play the ball in the air at silly mid-on region, hence the reason why we have Kurt McKenzie at silly mid-on. He's a bit shorter than silly mid-on, so. But then he plays the ball in that region. We have Gordon O'Brien, who is at normal mid-on, so if he goes over the top, there's a possibility for a catch, and if he goes underground.
One straying on the pads, and Dorridge busy. He sprints back for 2. And the Scorpions, by the way, have been hampered a bit because firstly they were without Marquino Minley to start the game, and apparently Gordon Bryan has a hand injury which limited his work yesterday. His wrist, that same match from the CCC.
Jonathan Carter, yeah, that delivery that Jonathan Carter bowled to Gordon O'Brien that hit him on the forearm.
Yeah.
Even yesterday while he was running, I noticed it. The left hand wasn't really moving. So it was just steady, it was just stiff. So I'm guessing it did a bit of damage. But this is the last game before the break. They have probably about 13 or 14 days or so after this game to get him ready for that Trinidad and Antigua leg. So he has enough time to get himself ready. What he has to do is get through this game and try to pick up some wickets here this morning to put his team in a better position. He was on screen a while ago. Very important man for Jamaica.
And Derville Green has been steady in this game. He's conceded 4 runs this morning, so he has 2 for 42. He's into his 20th over. As we said, the Pride, they hold a 50-run lead now. They really grinded the bowling almost to a halt yesterday. And specifically Craig Brathwaite. Not a single chance was offered by the right-hander.
Well, the thing about it, they still have a batter in hut. in Cumberbatch. Heard that he's a really good all-rounder. He's actually really good with the bat. So there's a batter in Hutton. Dorridge so far not looking too bad, but that's the end of the over.
First one of the day.
First one of the day, end of a double green over, which brings, looks like to me, Pete Salmon to the ball. Not surprised there. They need wickets, and he's one of those players that usually picks up wicket. Had a conversation with a few of the Scorpions batters. Yesterday they were in the field, but I had a few conversations with the batters, and they did say that the wicket, that the pitch looks good to bat on. And they know that Barbados' plan here is to bat once.
Yeah.
So this morning they would have to really rally around their bowlers to try get some early wickets. Try to get that lead as small as possible. And with the wicket and with the pitch playing how it is playing now, they can get some quick runs off of it. But then definitely the way how Craig Brathwaite is looking, doesn't look like they can get him out anytime soon. It's a new day. He probably had some ackee and saltfish this morning.
Someone is round the wicket to Brathwaite. A dot to start.
Yeah, he must be, as a bowler, bowling to Craig in this sort of mode. He picked off a lot of runs down there yesterday. Anything too straight. That's the thing about coming around as an off spinner to Craig Brathwaite, is that as long as you're too straight, the only positive about this is that if you're too straight and he plays it and it bounces on him a bit too much, there's a possibility that it might take the edge. But then the amount of runs that he picked up behind that region yesterday, especially off leg spinner Mansing.
Yeah.
Again, he goes to that region. So the discussion we were having yesterday, I had the discussion with a player, and he was saying that he think that they should have implemented there you see it again, trying to work that one down the leg side.
A little bit of grip there as well. Spun a bit there from Pete Salmon.
Yes, as I was saying, he was saying that he was thinking that they should have had someone on the 45, not really a normal thing that you'll have for a leg spinner. But the fact that Mansing wasn't really hitting his chops yesterday, and he was always bowling 2 or so deliveries down the leg side or 2 straight to Craig Brathwaite, he picked off at least about 6 or so boundaries off of him down that side. He's a strong leg side player.
Yeah. Over completed there by Pete Salmon. It's 321 for 6. So the Barbados Pride, they lead by 52. And additionally as well, because Craig is not showing the propensity to sweep the ball, and I don't think he's bad at sweeping. It's just that he wasn't in any great form coming into this game. So he basically pictured how he was going to score his runs, how he was going to get to that century. And what he did, he threw away the cross-batted shots until he got to like 70, 75. Then there was one short delivery from Pete Salmon that was going down the leg side, and he basically helped it on its way with a cross-batted shot. Other than that, everything else was a nudge and a nurdle. A couple of deliveries were carved backward of point when they were too wide, but no other shot across the line. He was playing straight as possible.
And it's all about understanding your game and understanding what you're good at. We know that he's an awesome test player. Really and truly, the runs that he has in first-class cricket and test cricket speak for themselves. But it's all about understanding your game and understanding what you're good at. He knows presently that he's not in the best of form, so he's going to play as straight as possible. The areas that he's strong in, he's always going to score in those areas.
Once the bowlers heard off their lengths, he was easy to pick them off. And as you said, as much as you know that his strength is backward of square on the leg side or through that mid-wicket region, so between mid-wicket and fine leg, I presume he scored over 100 runs yesterday. Easily.
Don't even need a wagon wheel to really make that.
It takes the edge. There's no second slip. But what is there is the boundary for the Barbados Pride. And Green is a little bit disappointed. It's as if he knew something was going to happen. But even with a second slip, he wouldn't have gotten there. It would have had to be a wideish third slip with a good delivery. It almost turned Dorich around.
Yeah, as I mentioned a while ago, we don't even need a wagon wheel to make that comment about Craig and where he scored. But looking at this delivery, looks to me like he fall over a bit too early. So he was into the shot a bit too early. Not a lot of pace from Derval Green, but is that a nick?
It looks so. A
Derval
loud screen
Green
of
is-
no ball, yeah.
He's down on the ground. Must be gut wrenching to be in such a position and then find the edge. A delivery go finding the edge, run down to the third man boundary, and then finding the edge to finally take the wicket that they so need this morning, and it's a no ball. Must be gut wrenching not only for Derval Green but for the Jamaica Scorpions.
The wicket that they crave so much, the Scorpions, was a good length delivery as well. Caught on the crease. Dorich wasn't fully forward, and you heard the sound from here, and you saw the reaction from the men behind the stumps, as well as Chadwick Walton at mid-wicket.
Got to keep your foot behind the line.
Cardinal sin there from Green.
I can remember as a youngster, I had a little no ball issue. Could remember as a youngster, I had a little no ball issue, and I could remember the coach. He had a 2x4, and he put it just on the no ball line, and he said, "Step on it, break it, angle. That's your problem."
Stay
So keep
behind
your
the
foot
line.
behind the line.
Short and crashed away into the boundary. The runs are flowing here for Dorich. Second boundary of the day for him. That was too short and too wide and too easy for somebody like Shane Dorich.
Clinical. Really well played. Really well placed as well. Not a lot of power behind of it. Just sheer timing. He's that type of player. We cannot be giving away. After a no ball, you just served up, bro. Back a length delivery, a bit too wide as well. Finding the gap is so easy. And again, more in front of point this time. Played it a little bit later, Foster.
I think that one was better. He just caressed the ball forward of point. No real power, just all timing. And there was no chance for the man at point. And after conceding that no ball, which would have been a wicket, back-to-back boundaries, and it's a third boundary of the over as well.
As I mentioned earlier, it's definitely gut-wrenching for any team or any bowler. Finding the edge, and then after you find the edge, the first four was literally just an edge. And then you bowl a no ball. That was a beautiful delivery that found the edge again to Morris. And then back-to-back fours. And not just back-to-back fours, but brilliant shots as well. That brings up the end of the over. Brilliant over for Barbados Pride. Bashi is very disappointing. That's the nickname that we call him here in Jamaica, Bashi or Steely. You have a nickname, Foster?
Not anymore.
Nah, come on. You be lying on air. Every single... The thing is, this is why I know Foster is lying. He smiled when he said it as well. It's just, I guess it's a nickname
said not anymore.
I guess it's a nickname that you don't want to mention over the air. But every single person in the Caribbean have a nickname. That's a lie, Foster. Come on.
It's beat someone on strike, and there's a sweep shot from Craig Brathwaite. There's a vacant area there, and it's another boundary. 4 boundaries in 7 balls for the Barbados Pride, and they're getting a march on here.
And you know what? Yesterday you mentioned that he's not a bad sweep of the ball, but whenever he gets in stride and whenever he feels like he's batting better, he then starts to sweep. And that delivery will show you after this delivery.
It's a 50-run partnership.
That delivery was actually on the line. Off. Middle and off. Yeah. Normally he will block those. But we just saw him sweeping a delivery that was on off and middle. So you know what you're saying, Foster. But you were lying to me about that nickname. I thought we had a bond. We have been here for 3 weeks, Foster. I thought we had a bond. You wouldn't lie to me. I know you have a nickname, but you just don't want to tell me. Our director?
It's down the leg side.
I'm sure the director have a nickname. He's lying as well. Who am I working with here? Come on.
There are stages to nicknames. So
I have a lot of nicknames.
Well, I don't have a nickname now, but I had nicknames before.
Keza Bonks.
That's going to give Gordon Bryan a lot of work, and he can't deal with it. So prolific is Craig Brathwaite backward of square that even with a man positioned in that area to shorten his run flow, he still finds a way to get a boundary in that area. Another one in the over of Pete Salmon. And the Pride, they're stepping on the accelerator here. 54-run lead now.
Always think he was badly positioned. He can always get a pass because he was closer to square leg. I don't think that shot, someone at square leg can actually stop it. They can stop probably 4, but they can never stop a single. Now, this is a better feel because that shot goes somewhere under 45. So Chadwick Walton walk up to the skipper and decide that let's make a change in this field. Whereas now it's a lot better because if you beat Chadwick Walton, he then going to go straight to Carlos Brown. So that's a better feel. But I'm pretty sure, as we mentioned, most of his runs came through that side, and we don't even need a wagon wheel to check it.
Yeah. 342 for 6. And the lead is now getting closer and closer to a territory where the Scorpions don't want it to get to, which is 100. 73-run lead for the visitors. And the coach yesterday was saying that he wanted ideally to be in front by 150 or so because he's seen enough of this wicket to say that it's not going to be easy to take wickets. But he's also conscious of the fact that the Scorpions, they tend to score quickly and they have aggressive batters. So once you can get a total that forces them to do things out of the ordinary, or a lead that forces them to do things out of the ordinary, then they will be in a good position to take victory here. And Derval Green is going to continue. Big moment in the last over. Found the edge of Dorridge, but he overstepped. Was taken by the wicketkeeper. After that, a couple of deliveries punched forward of point. So the run rate has gotten up to 3.39. And the old cliche that the longer you stay, the more runs will come is working perfectly.
Okay, Brattu is on 139, and we did mention that whenever he gets going, he goes big. Devil Green now push back point on the boundary, more of like a backward point on the boundary. But for me, always pushing back point on the boundaries, really signaling that I'm gonna bowl with width. I'm not planning to bowl straight. I'm gonna bowl with width.
There's also a worry that the lead is getting to 100 as well. You don't want to concede many more boundaries in that region either.
Because my thing is, if you keep it on stump,
Yeah.
top of half, middle stump, there's no way Shane Dorish can cut you behind point.
True.
That's normally a Sri Lankan thing. Foot stump is actually width. They will square cut you behind point. We're from the Caribbean. We like to go down the ground and over mid wicket.
Mid wicket, yeah.
Those are the power areas for Caribbean men. Call it Calypso cricket. Still gonna get your nickname before
I'm gonna
you
tell
left.
you.
Need it.
I'm gonna tell you. It's not as if I'm not gonna tell you.
I don't think I forget you. Not gonna forget our producer either. If he has a nickname, it would be something like Ross. Our big boss. So with this field, if you can bring point in and you keep it there, the only thing you're changing is bringing in point. And you keep it there, he can only find Chadwick Walton, who's at silly mid-on. Carlos Brown is at normal mid-on, and then there's a short mid-wicket. A square leg and fine leg. Then you're going to ask some questions. You're going to force him now to do something different. But with that gap from cover to backward point, as long as you give him width, it's always a scoring option.
Indeed. And that was a scoring option for Shane Dowrich. Got off the mark in this over. 4 consecutive dots, and the Scorpions needed that. Runs were hemorrhaging just now. The lead is up to 74. That is the most important thing from here. And another unsuccessful delivery to Craig Brathwaite, bowled by the Jamaica Scorpions. And the Pride there, 343 for 6.
Conversations yesterday with Craig and a lot of the Jamaica Scorpion players was, why would you wait until now to score runs against us?
Yeah.
He said it was overdue.
Yeah, he said, I need some runs.
Said it was time. And he said, what better place to do it than Sabina Park? 100 at Sabina Park is 100. 100 at Shedwin, I'm not sure, but he said 100 here is the right place.
And the coach also added that he has a lot of professional pride as well. That he was a little bit disappointed with the fact that he's the West Indies Test captain and he was really scratching around in the opening set of games. And Dowrich reaches for that one.
Well, there's no doubt about his ability. Never a doubt. That's the reason why he's Test captain. And what I think as well, a lot of players respect him as captain.
Could be to do with his demeanor as well.
He has a really good connection with his players, and that's what you want. That's how you get the best out of players. When you're that type of captain that
Down the ground and over mid-off. Clean strike from Shane Dorrich, who has been very positive this morning. And no signs of that wrist injury. Couple of steps to get to the pitch of the ball and just slammed it over the head of O.J. Shields. 347 for 6. He's into the 40s now.
really positive shot. Likes to use his feet. So you probably would see more of that from Shane Dorrich as the inning goes on. Definitely think that this partnership here now between Craig Brathwaite and Dorrich should be something that the Scorpions should worry about.
Down the leg side, spun past the bat.
They have a good history together, batting together from youth days, coming up to the senior level, so they understand each other's cricket. So it should be something that the Scorpions should worry about and try to get rid of one of them.
That completes the over from someone on the boundary from it. And it's 347 for 6. Just under half an hour of cricket played. And the Pride, they have added 32 runs. So they're scoring at a quicker rate than what they did yesterday. And the lead continues to swell. 78-run lead. Where you think the Scorpions can get a wicket from here in terms of what is the approach to get a wicket to break this partnership? Shakil Kamarbach is on debut. Then after him is Jamel Warwick, on who can hang around, who can hold the bat. And then it's Jair McAllister, who is not so great with the bat in hand.
Usually with Jamel Warwick on his swing, block, or block, swing. And he gets runs doing it. That's the most important thing. You don't see block, swing on the scoreboard. Block the paces and swing after the spinners. That's usually how he goes about his thing.
Really hard work out there for the bowlers.
But I'm pretty sure if they get a wicket now, we may see O.J. Shields on the ball with that extra pace against his tail enders. Should really just kill through them. But with the way how these batters are looking now, only just about half an hour of play, but they have really been positive. Craig as well is a lot more positive than he was yesterday.
Hits him on the pad. That's probably the first time that the Scorpions were coming close to an appeal against Brathwaite. That was going down the leg side, by the way. A long way down the leg side.
The thing that I like about this innings from him is that the fact that he knows that he's not in any sort of form, and he's getting there now because this is a good knock for his team. The thing what I like about him, he didn't give any chance. Normally you would find players that are not in form may give some chances, but he didn't give any. 139 without a chance. 306 balls without a chance, Foster.
Yeah. Is it a reflection on the bowling as well? Or is just the batsmanship? Because they did create chances at the other end.
I wouldn't say it's the bowling. I think they improve a lot in terms of what they did over the last 2 games to now. Honestly, remember they dropped a few catches as well. Couple chance that didn't really go their way as well. So no ball and picking up wickets. So put things into context, and really, if they had taken those catches, it would have been a different look right now. But I think they bowled well, apart from, I would say, probably Abijay Mansingh, who strayed a bit yesterday. Apart from that, I think they didn't bowl bad at all. It's just that Barbados was more determined to apply themselves and score runs. And that's the end of another over. Score is 349 for 6.
And that is now the highest score here at Sabina Park in this season's competition. The previous was 341, made by the Volcanoes against the Scorpions. Scorpions made 331 against the combined campuses and colleges. So every match here has produced a score upwards of 300. And Barbados are going to be the first team to get 3 batting points, because they're a run away from 350. Balloons in the air, all pad. It goes back to my point that I made, I think, on Tuesday in a radio interview in Barbados, that the pitches at Sabina Park have been good for batting. Swept away, a misfield by Ramal Lewis, the substitute. He has a long chase. Ropes it in now. Concedes 2, and the 350 comes up for the Barbados Pride. 351 for 6. A very good sign as well. You want your teams to be getting close to 400 in domestic cricket. I'm saying the pitches here at Sabina Park, they have been good for batting. And in Jamaica in general, based on the scores that you have seen from Jamaica, there have been odd innings.
It's good for the tournament as well. I mean, what you realize is that there's a lot of centuries being scored in the tournament so far. Over 10 centuries already. We have 3 already in Jamaica in this round. Sunil Ambrose, Kavem Hodge, and Craig Brathwaite. That's 3 here.
And someone missed out. He was 97.
And then someone missed out.
Yeah.
In Morris. And when you look at the bowling as well, guys are getting 5 wicket hauls. Whether it's spinners or pacers.
Misfield from, that looks like Derval Green, and they scamper through for a single.
So it's not just a wicket that is good for batting. Bowlers get what they put in. So in all, I think it's really a good pitch for cricket, because the Windward Island Volcano fast bowlers or medium fast bowlers, they are taking wickets as well. So it's not just the spinners.
353 for 6 to complete the 105th over of the innings. Groundsmen, they deserve some credit as you see them pop up on the screen. The Volcanoes batted 105.2 overs in their game against the Scorpions for their 341. So it's the second time the Scorpions are bowling this many overs.
The thing is, if it was a lot of hundreds being scored and not a lot of 5 wickets, and then most of the wickets that has been taken are by spinners, then it leaves for concern.
Yeah. Well, in Jamaica, it has been like that, but I think when you check in St. Kitts, you saw the game, or the game that is going on now with the Hurricanes and Trinidad, as well as the Harpy Eagles game at Coolidge. 10 wickets for the Harpy Eagles went to spin. 4 for Sinclair, 3 for Moti, and 3 for the man who dominates regional cricket almost every year, Virasamy Pramod.
And it's been a problem over the years. Well, it's not really a problem because at the end of the day, as a skipper, you would use or do what works for your team. And if you have spinners who's in West Indies test team in your team and someone who is really leading in terms of spin bowlers in the Caribbean, I mean, for Sami Parmal, you would definitely want to use him or use them. So it's about what the skipper have and how he go about using it. So you wouldn't want to tell a skipper, oh, because we don't produce enough fast bowlers in the Caribbean, you need to bowl this amount of pace. If the pace is not working, you'll use a spin. In Volcano's case, their fast bowlers are doing a fantastic job.
Short, it's pulled, it's high, Automan Singh settles and takes it. Green gets a reprieve. And Dorich falls into the trap of that pull shot. The field was set. And he got it above his shoulder and was in no control was Dorich. Mansingh didn't even have to move. Came straight to him at deep backward square. Settled and took it. And the 7th wicket goes down for the Barbados Pride. 354 now for 7. And Shane Dorich has to go for 44.
Didn't get enough bat on it, Shane Dorich. But he has to go. Not a bad innings at all. He's gone for 44. Another player in this game we're seeing getting out in the 40s. Jamaica might be in the position here to appeal for timeout.
That would be a very unfortunate way.
What a debut.
For Shakil Cumberbatch. Strides out, he looks into the sun to get his first class career, his batting part of his career on track. Had a good start with the ball in hand, and he looks as if he's enjoying his cricket. Gave a little jig when he took a catch. As well as when he took a wicket, he ran almost the entire length of Sabina Park to celebrate.
I'll give you a little joke, Foster. I could remember playing cricket in my community back in St. Vincent, and it's this player that everything that he sees on TV, he'll do it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Runs out, look up into the sun. Now we're playing softball cricket on the park. He runs out, looks up into the sun. When he looks down, he has to wink his eyes because he looks straight into the sun. And after a couple of balls or so, because it's wind ball, he just bowling from both ends. So after he faced probably about 15 balls or so, I walked down to him. He had on his cap. He took off his cap, put his hand on his forehead and wipe it backwards.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? He said, I saw it on TV. I'm like, you know what they're doing? These guys are taking their hair out off the forehead and wiping the sweat. You're not sweating, bro.
Cumberbatch waits on his first delivery from Derval Green, and he has a story for the ages, Shakil Cumberbatch. As Kesrick mentioned on the first day, that he's part of the ground staff at Kensington Oval. I'm going to mention Kensington Oval shortly regarding something else. It just had a bad look for me as a Jamaican. But yeah, he's a part of the ground staff at Kensington Oval, Shakil Cumberbatch, and he was in and around the Barbados setup. He usually bowl to the players when they come for training. That's his first run in first class cricket, and all the nerves are probably gone now. get off that golden mark. So he tends to get a congratulatory shake from Derval Green to get his first run in first-class cricket. He would be around the nets and he would bowl to the Barbados Pride players.
Net bowler for years.
Yeah.
Never give up.
Then they realized that he has some potential to play at this level.
Actually, he made the Barbados a team to play in a tournament in Cayman Island, I think.
That was recently. Yeah.
And he did pretty well there, and that gives him the opportunity, the chance to get into trials, senior team trials.
Yeah.
Went in and immediately he impressed.
So that is a successful end for Derval Green. It's 3 for 60 for him, and it's 355 for 7 for the Barbados Pride. And he says he's going to mimic the approach of Neil Wagner, who bowls predominantly bouncers.
I want to see it. I'm very intrigued to see what's going to happen the next over from Derval Green. Because Neil Wagner,
that's my high school coach at the back.
he's wearing a light pink.
Oh, that's light pink.
It's light pink.
Wow. And in front of him is O'Neill Cruikshank, who is the
Wearing a
operations
maroon.
manager. Oh, you're good at colors.
Very good at
What's the
colours.
color of his beard?
He's going grey already.
Okay. Okay.
That's where you'll be going soon.
So I was about to mention something about Kensington Oval because I saw, well, yesterday's marked 100 days before the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean.
The launch of the out of the world T20 World Cup.
Yeah, and to see a Jamaican highlighting that the World Cup is going to be in the Caribbean and there's none here at Sabina Park, it really angered me a bit. And still, I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that the World Cup is going to be played in almost every country in the region, and there's not even a practice match here at Sabina Park.
Well, the Jamaican who is in Barbados is a legend at T20s.
Absolutely.
I think I saw Fidel Edwards there as well.
Yeah.
Played T20s for West Indies as well. A few guys around the world make posts and stuff.
I think there was even one in Antigua, and then there was another in New York. I think Dwayne Bravo was there.
Bravo was there. Aaron Jones as well. Did a few
That's a Barbadian who lives in
America.
in the States.
Lives in North Carolina now. And then Liam Plunkett, who now resides in America, who the last World Cup that England won, in England, he was in that squad.
Yeah, the 2019 World Cup.
He's now in America, good friend of mine.
Cumberbatch looks quite comfortable. There's a shy at the stumps, but Brathwaite is quick enough, and a second run for the left-hander takes the score to 356 for 7. And I think for the USA, I think Corey Anderson is also getting himself in line to play for the USA, the former New Zealand all-rounder.
Still over to you, Craig.
So the USA, they're trying to make strides in terms of becoming a...
Well, the major league now in America, if you realize that the first one that was played really didn't get a lot of American players. A lot of international players was in those squads. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to mimic what all the other leagues around the world are doing in terms of just having only 4 overseas players, so that the guys from America can get to play the game. So a lot of guys migrated from Sri Lanka, from India, South Africa. A lot of South Africans there.
Beats the bat of Brathwaite. A little bit of drift there from Pete Salmon. Tidy over comes to an end. He's 1 for 79, but the Pride, they have no issues. They are 356 for 7. They lost the wicket of Shane Dorridge this morning for 44.
Speaking of stories, really good stories. One of with Dane Pitt, sorry, out of South Africa.
Yeah.
Played about 3 or so test matches for South Africa. Got job after that. Wasn't seen around for some time. And then moved to America. Start playing his cricket in America. And from there, got the recall to South Africa A team. I think he played against the West Indies A team. That tour that West Indies A team went down to South Africa
December.
in December.
Yeah.
And he did a fantastic job with the ball, and they recalled him to Test cricket. So far he's played 10 tests, 34 wickets, economy of 3.8.
I don't think it's just his performance against the West Indies. Also, some of the players were not selected or left alone by Cumberbatch. They weren't, well, let me not say thought of, but the Cricket South Africa were basically insisting that they are going to be marketing their T20 league to make sure that their league is as good as any other league and they can make as much money as possible
So
to
they
be
want
viable.
the best players.
Yeah. So even though people like Temba Bavuma played only a game, he wasn't selected. And he's a test captain, which is a little bit strange to me. But some other players like Rabada and so on, their teams didn't go as far as they would like, but they still weren't selected. Hit on the up. Shouts of back up from Derval Green. Cumberbatch was halfway down, he got back.
But yeah, that's an opportunity for him, and he really grabbed it with both hands. Did a great job in New Zealand. Take some wicket as well. Good to see him back on the international scene. Good guy to have a chat with as well. Plays for Morrisville Raptors. Another guy that plays for Morrisville Raptors from the Caribbean here is Chevon Griffith out of Guyana. He actually played for Jamaica. He was on a contract here for some time as well for Jamaica Scorpions. He lived here for some time. So he's now at Morrisville Raptors. They're based in North Carolina. I think Aaron Jones is going to play for that team now in the minor league tournament that would be played this year. There's a bit of discussion with that as well, when that would be played because of the World Cup that would be played in the Caribbean and America.
Cumberbatch looks quite competent behind the ball. Not rushed into whatever he's doing.
Scorpions would think that they're in a better position now, seeing the back of Dorridge, knowing the two batters to follow. If a wicket do falls now, it'll be Jamel Warwick and J.R. McAllister. So they wouldn't. Neil Wagner it is.
Yeah, that was a short one.
They would feel a lot more comfortable now, thinking that they can get these last 3 wickets before lunch.
There is Carlton Ball Jr.
He's not growing, is he?
Still half a man. As I said, one of the selectors for the Scorpions team. But he looks the same though, in terms of his features. He's not aged much. Left alone by Cumberbatch, and that completes a maiden over by Derval Green. He's racking up the overs, his 25th over. He's conceded 60 runs, but importantly, he has taken 3 wickets, and the Scorpions, they are 1 wicket away from a one fast bowling wicket away from a bowling point, because they have taken 4 with the Pacers so far. No signs of Gordon Bryan this morning, and no signs of O.J. Shields as yet. It has been pace and spin to start. And both Pete Salmon and Derval Green, they have bowled in this 49 minutes of play so far this morning. 87-run lead for the Barbados Pride. They started with a lead of 46.
That's middle.
So they have added 41 runs to their total today in just under an hour of play. Edge. And that's the demise of Craig Brathwaite. Finally, the long vigil comes to an end. It took 314 balls, and Pete Salmon was the man to do it. He got some assistance from Jermaine Blackwood. It was sharp. But Brathwaite, a 31st first-class century comes to an end. A very good innings in the context of his form and in the context of his team's innings. He has to go. And the Scorpions, they finally get some success against Brathwaite. That was probably his first fall shot as well. It's a long walk back, but he should feel a little bit better than the couple weeks ago. Jamil Warrican is going to be the new man.
Pull his right arm over. 5 deliveries remaining.
So Salmon has 2 for 79, and Warrican is going to be facing. He pulls out the sweep immediately.
They will definitely be a lot more confident now, the Jamaica Scorpions. They will definitely feel like they would bat before tea. Well, before lunch as well. Warwick not really one who really occupy the crease, but it's just strange. I've been looking at Warwick, and even in the last test he played, I think he moves a lot. Moves something similar to what you would see from a T20 batter, getting across to that ball that bowlers will probably try to go wide Yorker. That's a lot of movement.
I think he was sizing up that deep mid-wicket region.
He does it every ball.
Goes for the reverse now. It's a vacant area, that point region. He pulls out that reverse sweep. And he'll come back for 3. He's enjoying himself, Jamel Warrican. He gets his first set of runs. It takes him up to 3, and it's 359 for 8.
He's always a bit of humor when he's batting. Just always gives you a laugh, Jamel Warrican. I think that's the reason why he scores runs as well, is that a lot of bowlers don't know how to bowl to him because of his unorthodox style. I'm not sure. But he walks across, leaves middle stump and leg stump, and then tries to reverse sweep.
Yeah. That completes the 109th over. A successful one for Pete Salmon. 359 for 8, the Barbados Pride. Lost their captain just now in Craig Brathwaite. A long, long innings.
I would definitely love to see that reverse sweep again, though, Foster. As I said, it's not something that you will normally see from a batter. So he comes across, exposing the leg stump and middle stump. But then he put himself in, I'm very sure it's an uncomfortable position. So the ball is already going down on the leg stump, but then he will try to reverse sweep it. Some batters, the fact that you walk across and the ball is on the line of the leg stump, or on the line of the middle stump, you'll probably sweep because you're already outside the line of the off stump. So the ball is already heading down.
Yeah, that's the definition of unorthodox. Everything about the shot was he was in no control. And lucky for him, he got some runs. And Green is continuing. Edge. And it drops just short of Jermaine Blackwood. Just not going the Scorpions' way this morning. They've created several chances. And
look at it again, people. So he's outside the line of off stump. The ball is already going down to the left side. So I'm thinking that he's going to sweep that one because it's outside the line of the leg stump, and he's already outside off stump.
it's a wrong shot. It's
So to
supposed
come
be the-
outside
yeah.
off stump and then look to reverse it on the offside.
It's not what you're supposed to do. It's the other way around. You reverse when the ball is closer to the off stump. But he got runs.
That's the most important thing. I can remember, I think it was a series against India. And Kohli was out of his mind wondering what is going on. But that's how he plays, and he gets runs. Sometimes he get up to 25, 30, 35. So it is well needed runs in the back end. No matter how you put it, at the end of the day, the shot doesn't go on the book. What goes on the book is the fours, the six, the singles, and the twos. Not seeing a lot of Neil Wagner from Derval Green. He did say it's only Neil Wagner from now on.
Shaki Comerbach is waiting on him.
For the folks that are looking on and may not know who's Neil Wagner, left-arm pacer out of New Zealand. Just ball a barrage of bounces. He's not really fast, but his bumpers are just ideal. They just always come at you.
I think that what has struck me the most about Neil Wagner is that he doesn't bowl lightning quick. And he still causes problems.
Can't bowl to me,
I could say the same thing as well.
because I wouldn't be batting.
So the Pride lead is 91. Short and fast to Comerbach, who got out of the way comfortably. So a change in the field is coming. Gonna be a short leg. Carlos Brown is going to be under the helmet. Full toss. Comerbach gets off strike. And now 361 for 8. The lead is 92. Just an update from the other games around the region. Harpy Eagles, they have found their best batting performance so far this season. They are now 303 for 6. 94 not out to Kevin Sinclair. 58 to Kamal Savory and 49 to Kevlon Anderson. 304 for 6. That's against the West Indies Academy team. And that means they're leading by 316. That game is at Coolidge. Out of the way comes Warwickon. That completes the over from Derval Green at 361 for 8. And over at Warner Park, by the way, it's drinks here now. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 102 for 2 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings. And just another score. That game is at Chedwin Park now. Is that it's going to be the combined campuses and colleges. There are 3 without loss in their second innings. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they were dismissed for 395. So the CCC, they trailed by 188. The players are taking a drink, and then we're going to take a break for a couple of minutes. And then when you come back with us, it's going to be myself, Jerome Foster, and I'll be joined by Christopher A. Gale. So welcome back to Sabina Park. And It's going to be Pete Salmon to continue. He has bowled all morning so far. He picked up the key wicket of Craig Brathwaite for 142. Caught at slip. He's trying to steer a ball backward of point. And I'm joined by Chris Agale. I'm going to get his views on the state of the game so far. Straighter from someone. Score remains at 361 for 80. Shakil Komabach on strike. Chris, the lead now for the Pride, it's getting to closer and closer to 100. It's 92. Slow turn there from someone. How you see things now for the Scorpions in terms of what they have to do?
It's going to be a character building 2 days for them. I think there's a sizable lead, and many times we see teams on the back foot and they're not able to dig themselves out of that hole. No, Jamaica Scorpions, they have a lead and they have to scrape that lead off first and then put something sizable on the board for Barbados. Yes, we're hoping that this game can go for 4 days also. So it's going to be a character building next couple of hours for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Good point. I think a game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they had a deficit of close to 200. Just couldn't really put any pressure on the Volcanoes, who look set to win 3 straight. Slapped away to point. Ramal Lewis is very good in the field. Did well there.
Yeah, I was pleasing to see Craig Brathwaite get that century. I think many times we're off the view that it is the flash, flamboyant guys that gets the runs. It looks good. But we've seen him crafting out that innings in the style he does. I think it's still all goes well for West Indies cricket, because I think there is a space for the Craig Brathwaites. I think you see Shivnarayan Chandapal done that for years. I think that was very good to see, and he stands the difference between these two teams that is his now. It was 142, and the time that he would have spent at the crease to accumulate those runs, I think, is the difference between the two teams now.
Indeed, and if you look at the rest of the scores, players have gotten starts. 63 for Wickham, 44 for Dorich. Jonathan Drakes looked good for his 31. But in terms of really piling on any pressure on the Scorpions, they did not. Had that Brathwaite innings being a flashy 100, you probably would see the Scorpions batting already.
Yeah, I think sometimes you underestimate the essence of time in 4-day cricket and 5-day cricket, and time is sometimes just as important as runs.
Yeah. Derval Green continues. Scorpions, they have now bowled 14 overs this morning. This is the 15th over, and Green is now into his 8th over. He's really putting everything in, and given that he was dropped from the previous game, a good sign as well that he's someone who, you know, he plays with his heart. He gives everything. He's a passionate player, Derval Green. Short, and hammered to mid-wicket.
Yeah, what you get with Derval Green is that he's always looking to take wickets. I mean, that's his go-to. He will go for runs, but I think his intention is always to get ways to get the batsman out. And now you see his line of attack is to bang the ball halfway down. It worked against Shane Dowdge, who was unfortunate to pick out the only guy at backward square leg. There is a backward square leg in position now, and a fine leg. And there you go again, he's short. And I think Jamal Warrican, surprising that he's not taking on that pull shot based on that extravagant reverse sweep that he would have played against Pete Salmon earlier. And the situation also allowing the Barbados tailenders to play with a lot of freedom, 92 runs ahead. can play freely, they can play their shots, and look to increase this lead to over 100, to also that 120 mark.
Carved away back with a point. Jermaine Blackwood is going to do some chasing. He won't stop 2 runs though. Cumberbatch wants 3. I don't think he can even chance that with Jermaine Blackwood. So the lead goes up to 94. Now it's 363 for 8.
I'm not sure about not having that backward point with the line of attack, banging the ball in short. I think definitely should be a backward point. No, Jermaine Blackwood realizing the need for a backward point and puts Leroy Logg in that position. It have to have those feelers behind square if you're bowling the ball short.
I think it would be better served to take out the man at cover. And I go straight to that man. That would have been another run had he not been there.
Well, I think the Wagner wheel that Keswick was speaking about, it is showing because he's been halfway down predominantly in this over and asking questions of the batsman to play off the back foot with some sort of authority. Dorridge, as I said, failed earlier, and he'll be testing work on now.
Could be the double bluff as well, that he pushes him back, and then that good length delivery traps him on the crease. He screams 1 and gets it. It's 364 for 8. 112 overs completed. The most the Scorpions have bowled this season in an innings. And this, I remind the viewers, is the highest score so far this season at Sabina Park. 364, built around that mammoth 142, a marathon innings from Craig Brathwaite. Batted almost 8 hours. You see a few of the children here. Today is Jamaica Day in the schools.
It would be a nice day to have some of the kids come across and what you think.
Absolutely.
I haven't seen any kids. I mean, I think for me it would be a nice day to have them come across even for an hour and watch some cricket. Jamaica against Barbados. Historically one of the bigger clashes that you have in regional cricket.
Workan goes outside the off stump in this unusual style. Gets it down to backward square for a single. And we say Jamaica Day, it's not a holiday. It's just a day where the country's culture is showcased in schools and in different areas of the country.
I never had Jamaica Day in primary school.
Yeah, I think it was like 2011 or so that came into effect. And that was a long time ago when you were in high school or primary school.
2011?
Primary school, not in primary school in 2011 for sure.
Thanks for the compliment.
And someone is around the wicket to Cumberbatch, who is leaving alone. That was close.
I think the approach so far from Barbados has been sedate. You wonder what is their intention. It's just probably to back time back to lunch and then see where they are from that. I mean, there's no real intent to really pick up the scoring. There's that one rattled on the pad. I think 120 lead, I think that would be sufficient enough. And I think that would really ask some big questions of Jamaica. I mean, Jamaica, they were dominant against CC team, but I mean, Barbados is a stronger opponent. Yeah. And you have to respect that.
Goes inside out, and his first boundary in first class cricket, that is Shaquille Cumberbatch. He gave that everything. It was overpitched, and all the muscles, all the power came through that ball. He slapped it, and Man Singh just went to retrieve it, and the score goes up now to 369, and that means the lead is exactly 100 runs.
Yeah, nice shot there from Shaquille. I mean, it was up, and even though that Pete Summon is spinning the ball, he got close to it, and he would have smothered any sort of spin by getting close to that ball and drilling it through extra cover. Nice shot, that one. And he seems to be a very good cricketer, all-round cricketer, utility cricketer, strongly built.
That completes the over. 5 runs off it, 2 for 87 now, Pete Salmon. 31 overs. He has also racked up the overs in this first class season. The Pride, they're really dominating the contest here.
Yeah, you talk about test of character. Pete Salmon racking up these overs is also a test for him. He's had some troubles with his bowling action in the past, and I think probably since that news of problems with his action, I think he would have not bowled so much overs in first class cricket. So, I mean, what he has done in this match, the body of work that he has done so far, I mean, it all goes well for him. He's been amongst the wicket also and got that very important wicket of Craig Brathwaite. So 369 for 8. Barbados definitely has the upper hand.
They do. And even though they are 8 wickets down, they're not going helter-skelter. So it's obvious that they're thinking about time as well. And Green is continuing on the stump. And Mansingh can't stop. I say, oh no, Cumberbatch is hit. That's painful, but he shakes it off. Mansingh was a little bit slow in getting to the ball, but he got there. Couldn't prevent the run. That was a single. It was just a sharp single. Good call, good clear communication, unlike what happened between Jordan and Brathwaite yesterday.
Yeah, nice executed single. And I think it's important that these two be very busy. And it's also important that Jamaica be very sharp in the field. It's a good batting wicket. And you want to keep this lead to as low as possible. And also think that you can bat well on this pitch because it's a good pitch for batting. So I think they still have to say that they have to stay in this game. Still have a couple sessions and a day to go.
Yeah, a lot of cricket to come. You're looking at 90 overs tomorrow at least. And then today, the Scorpions, they have bowled 16.2. So technically 74, 73.4 overs to come for the day. We're gonna, unless the Pride get bowled out on the stroke of lunch, you're gonna miss a couple of overs. So give and take 158, 160 overs left in this contest. That's a lot of overs, and the Scorpions, they have batted. The most they have batted so far in this tournament is 97. And that was against the CCC, and they got 331. On the first day, they didn't bat out the day. They haven't batted a day, actually.
Yeah. I think it mirrors, I think, what I see with England with this Bazball method. Even though they will get 300 runs, they will get it so quick and it leaves so much time in the test match. But with that said, I think Jamaica has a work to do. Lights of Kirk Mackenzie coming back from a tour down under, expecting big things of him. It was really good to see players like Craig Brathwaite, who was a part of that score, getting 100. Yesterday we had Kevin Hodge getting 100, and I think when you play at that level and when you come back at this level, I think you have to mark your hard. And
there are no easy passes.
Definitely not.
Takes the edge. It's got to go down to the boundary for 4. You can give up that chase, Chadwick Walton. It's now 374 for 8. And Cumberbatch doing it his way. No real risks. And just using the pace of the ball there and just guiding it down to the vacant third man region.
Yeah, nicely controlled there by Shaquille, and of course just pushing on this point that he's a very good batting wicket, and he was totally in control of that one. Is Shaquille, and guiding it down to that vacant third man boundary, and the lead's now 105, and Jamaica definitely have to get this one of these two guys. I think when it gets to that 120 mark, Blackwood will be very concerned. I think he definitely is concerned now.
Clipped away forward of square. He's running hard. Cumberbatch, as I tell you, he's full of energy. You can see that he loves his cricket. And that completes the over. The 28th for Derval Green. The 114th of the innings. And the Pride, they are 375 for 8. And lost 2 quick wickets this morning because those 2 wickets fell within 2 runs. First it was Dorich, who was caught at deep backward square. Then it was the captain, Craig Brathwaite. Other than that, 19 runs added in this partnership. Cumberbatch has 12 to his name. Warwickon has 9. Someone is going to change his.
Come here, right arm over to you, Jackie.
I think Barbados knows that if anything, it's Jamaica's choice now to have to chase this game because they're ahead. So I think they're very content in their approach.
Smart approach, if you ask me. It's going to put pressure on the Scorpions to get ahead of the game because they have to now think about how much they need to score to become a defendable total, or it's something that you can cause problems with.
Yeah, I think for them, I think you just have to take it a session at a time, hour to hour. When that time comes, because I think they still have 2 wickets to get.
Brad, oh, that's it hard by Cumberbatch. That looked like a chance, but it was smashed to Abhijay Mansingh. I don't think many are really complaining that he didn't take it. No, it was into the ground. But it was hit very hard.
Yeah, hit that one very hard. Mansingh, who is very close in at short cover there.
Goes to forward of screen. Cumberbatch is busy. He wants to get off strike. He wants to tick the runs over. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite just reminding him that he's not supposed to run directly down on the wicket. Has to get off the wicket. Pete Salmon now change his approach. He's over the wicket. Morris is going to do the fielding there.
This has been a marathon spell from Salmon. I think doing the right thing there, no Blackwood. I was thinking that to move that forward short leg, to move the guy from in front and put him at forward short leg, he's done that. I'm just asking some questions and off the defense of Shaquille.
Someone bowls again. And that completes the over. It's the end of his 32nd. It's a maiden over. And the Pride, they are 375 for 8.
You wonder going through Pete Summer's mind. I mean, psychologically bowling these overs, be looking, am I getting it right? We saw, I think, it's Ransford Beaton, who had some issues with his actions, and I think he was in the last round of games. He's now out, and it's a very testing time for any bowler. And someone, the more overs you think he bowl, is the better that he will get.
Especially for, as a spinner as well, it's always better for them to get long spells. Spinners hate to bowl short spells because they don't get to build that rhythm and really try to
you know what's the funny thing? I always think that off spin is the easiest type of spin bowling to bowl, but then when you look back at history, it shows that most of these off spinners historically has issues with their actions. When you go back to Molitha and Ashwin and a lot of guys, you could call the name Sunil Narayan. So with that said, that off spin is such an easy art to bowl, yet still a lot of guys still have a lot of problems to execute it.
And you know why? Because Chadwick Walton is behind the stumps now. Romain Morris has gone off the field. He comes off the inner half of the bat. And the score goes up to 376 for 8. I was about to say that because it's the easier art, or the easiest art in spin, it then becomes more predictable to face because based on the trajectory of the ball or the normal deliveries, only one thing can happen unless you change your action. And not like the leg spinner who can use the same action but gives variation. So you can have a ball that slides, a ball that spins the other way because he's using his wrist. It's completely different for a finger spinner. Comes back towards Cumberbatch. And it's obvious that the Barbados Pride are thinking about batting as long as possible.
Yeah, this is good 4-day cricket. And I think you see it, you grind the opposition to the end and just really back them out of the game. I think the more runs that Barbados score, you will see more and more the shoulders of the Scorpions team drops. And I think the longer these two stay is even better for Barbados.
So Stephanie Taylor there, Jamaica West Indies Jamaica captain, cricket captain, former West Indies women's captain. Girls are preparing for the regional tournament that comes up next month. It has been brought forward because of the T20 World Cup. That is going to be from June 1 to 29, I think, in the West Indies and the USA.
Will you be attending any matches?
Surely not in Jamaica. Edged away down to third man. It goes to 377 for 8. I think I'm going to go one of the games. At least one. You know, the travel and the moving around is difficult. Well, I was thinking about the India-Pakistan game and then I just crossed it off my list immediately.
Based on the cost? I mean, that is also a big debate on social media that I saw, the cost for those tickets. I think that's really good to see cricket back here in Jamaica, though. Regional first-class cricket has been a while. As Derval Green continues to ask questions of these Barbados Pride batsmen here, Warwickon and Shaquille. Warwickon is on 10 from 16, Shaquille 13 from 42. So he has spent some time at the crease on debut.
29 over now for Derval Green. I was just about to ask about O.J. Shields. I see him stretching. Should be on now. His numbers 9 and 10 at the crease. Flashing blade from Jamel Warwickon. Goes through to Chadwick Walton, who is deputizing behind the stumps for Romain Morris. And it's 377 for 8 at the end of the 116th over, a lead of 108.
And short and wide there from Derval Green signals that probably that is the end of his spell. I mean, I think it has been a good spell from him, and he has given it's all 110%, and I think Blackwood will be pleased of his efforts in this first session here for Derval Green. He got the big wicket of Shane Dorridge, who really looked good. I mean, was stroking the ball very fluently. He is Shane Dorridge. Got a short one from outside the off stump, looking to pull it away for 6 probably. Probably would have been better advised to try to keep it on the ground. But however, success for Derval Green, and I think what caps off a very good morning for him. Pete Simon got the wicket off Brathwaite, and he continues. That one is short and punched away down to long on for a single. And someone probably himself feeling the effects of a very long spell.
Yeah, couldn't get down. And Green bowled his 10th straight over just now. Didn't seem as if he was dropping pace. Strong character. Warwickon steps outside the off stump again.
It's an event every delivery or every over from Oregon. Was looking to pull that one away through mid-wicket. One was flatter, faster from someone. Probably realizing that Warwickon is looking to go on the go. He's ballooned this one over the head of Jermaine Blackwood, who gives chase. He's one of the quickest around the Caribbean, is Blackwood. And still can't stop the batsman from getting two. Warwickon now moves up to 12. Very enterprising 12 runs so far from Jamal Warwickon.
The amount of shots that he has played, felt as if he has been there from last week.
Yep. And the position that Barbados is in gives him the freedom to do this.
Comes right in front of the stumps because he's a long way across. Just taps it to the man at short leg. Goes for the reverse again. And he was eyeing up that region. There's no man at short third, man. You don't expect him to be there. And he gets another boundary. Takes him up to 16. And the Barbados Pride, they're getting closer to another batting point. They're getting closer to 400. They are now 384 for 8.
Nicely executed there from Oregon. He was eyeing up that shot for a while now, and it's the first time that he's gotten full value for that reverse sweep. He moves to 16 and scoring at a very brisk pace is Oregon, and really driving a few more nail in the coffin for the Jamaica Scorpions. We're really under the pump now with this lead, edging up to that 120 mark. Their thoughts will be how they will approach their batting efforts. They have to get Warwickon and Shaquille out. There's so much going through the minds. You think of Jermaine Blackwood and his personnel. As someone continues, and that one looks pretty straight, and the finger goes up. It was flighted. He was doing a lot, but looking to whip that one through that mid-on area, and a success for Pete Summon. He gets his third. As you see this one, a flighted delivery it was from Pete Summon, and looking to whip that one on the leg side. And Jerome Foster's nods, probably thinking that one is going down the leg side. I mean, Pete Summon is spinning the ball a lot.
Yeah, it's close. The umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, says it's out. You have to work with Gregory Brathwaite. And the partnership is broken at 28, 384 now for 9. And you see Jair McAllister make his way out. You're going to hear from Kesrick Williams after this. It's now 3 for 94 now for Pete Summon. We take another look at it. And I think what makes it difficult for Warwickon to get away is that big step across the stumps. It's close. Good umpire's call at best, I think. Well, Keswick feels he's dead.
Now enters Keswick back, as he just had his breakfast. Is Keswick Williams. He's back with us now. And Jamaica, they need another 1 wicket. Barbados Pride, they lead by 115. And Derval Green still continues this marathon spell. Here is Keswick Williams.
It's good to be back into the comp box. Have a little chill out in the breakout room. Guess that's what the Jamaica Scorpions needed. Me not being on comp, because as soon as I get off, it's been good going from them.
And Green, he has lead the charge. Has bowled really well. Has been always, I think one thing I like about Derval Green, he's asking questions all the time, and the batsmen, more times than not, they ask to play. He's not just outside the off stumps, he's at the stumps. And I think that is good.
I mean, he's the type of bowler that you would want in your setup. He's going into his 30th over. He's a fast bowler, and this morning he was still looking to attack. He did call himself Neil Wagner this morning because of the energy that Neil Wagner will show every single delivery. He didn't mention longer he bowls, quicker he gets. I'm not really too sure about that, but that's just positive thinking.
I can tell you he's one of the most positive guys that you will meet. I think, as you said, in a situation like this, these are the kind of characters that a captain need in their personnel. It's going to be interesting to see how Shaquille plays it. He's the senior partner, 14 from 43. Will he look to go hell for leather or still to bat time?
At this point in time, you cannot be looking to bat time.
Yeah, as he's turned down that single, because that one is pushed down to long on. So I think that sends the message that he is going to do most of the scoring, take most of the strikes. I think that's sending the signals, and I think that is also a signal for Jermaine Blackwood that, hey, we need to keep Shaquille off strike because he doesn't have that faith in the non-striker.
The thing, what he needs to do is to, fair enough, he wants to occupy the crease, but what he needs to do is to play his game. Don't have a lot of help from the non-striker. He's not one that is known to occupy the crease. So he will try. It's not about occupying the crease now. It's about scoring as much runs as possible. Get that lead up to about 130, 140. Because getting that lead up closer to 140 or 150 puts a lot of pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions. Knowing that sort of lead is still pretty big. I'm sure Craig Bradford will understand that the wicket is an easy pace wicket to bat on.
Daryl Green is having a word with Shaquille. Now he has one delivery to get that single. As we see now, Blackwood calling his troops to close in on Shaquille.
Well, he's looking around, Shaquille Kamabashi is looking around to see where he can get that single. Because you don't want to expose Jerry McAllister to 6 deliveries. Just outside the line of the half stump. So Jerry McAllister is gonna face the next over, possibly a next over to OJ Shields, or Pete may continue.
Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, definitely looks to be Pete, someone who's going to continue. I mean, after all, he just got the wicket of Warwickon. I think it's always a good contest to see the spinners against the tail-enders. As much as sometimes you think that the pace bowlers is what you bowl against tail-enders, sometimes there is that little cat and mouse game with spinners and tail-enders, especially wrist spinners.
Well, certainly it's always about what position the game is in now, and the person who would usually take wickets for you. As it stands, Pete is doing a wonderful job. He has been doing a great job with the ball even since the last 2 games. So he's one that would take wickets for you.
And I'm pretty sure Shaquille will be praying to the heavens to say, block this one out, Jair. Block this one out. That's 2. So he has done a good job so far. Is McAllister.
Right now, I'm pretty sure that the skipper, Jermaine Blackwood, is planning how he's going to go about approaching the second innings. They were there all day yesterday, so they should have a good idea of what the wicket is giving while they're batting. So
it's still a very good batting wicket.
It
There's
is.
absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, you look at the conditions, the sun is beating down, the pitch is dry. There's still enough turn for the spinners. But I think the ball, it turns, but it's not turning that sharp. So I think the batsman has a lot of time. There's a little bit of slow nature when it does hit the pitch. So I think
The thing what I really like about this pitch is that it's not really a pacey wicket, but what bowlers put in, they get out. And in terms of batting on the wicket, it's really good to bat on because it's good consistency in terms of bounce. The first game that was played here between the Volcanoes and the Jamaica Scorpions, the pitch was really good in terms of bounce. The second game between Jamaica and CCC kept a little bit low on this one, which is closer to the pitch that was played on in the first game. We can see the consistency in bounce because guys have been leaving alone the ball that's coming in, but it going over the stump, which means they trust the bounce in the pitch.
Yeah.
So this is good to see from the ground staff, but that brings up the end of the over, end of another Pete Salmon's over.
of course we're on day 3 of day 4. Shaquille on 14 from 47 deliveries. Barbados lead 115. 384 for 9. Pete Salmon 94 runs, 3 wickets, 30 plus overs. So is Derval Green. He's into his 31st over, 3 for 73. We have seen no sign of Gordon Bryan, no sign of Jay Shields or the leg spinner Mansing so far this morning. Blackwood very much trusting these two. As McAllister looking to turn that one on the onside.
Well, he did show a lot of patience this morning, Derval Green. He was a bit more attacking as well, something that we haven't seen from the Scorpion bowlers yesterday. In terms of the short pitch deliveries.
Yeah, especially to Craig Brathwaite, who, yes, he's a Craig Brathwaite, but yes, he was not in the best of form. And I think early on is your best chance to give it your all and try to get him out early on, because when he gets in, he normally will go big.
And that's something that we haven't seen a lot. Only yesterday evening, when the new ball was given, or when it was taken from the Scorpions, we saw one bumper to Craig where he was really uncomfortable, and there was no more bumpers bowled to him yesterday. This morning we saw that from Derval Green, picking up the wicket of Shane Dorridge with a short one. So they haven't really bowled enough short ones, or good short pitch deliveries, not wasted ones.
And McAllister is Shaquille is defending again. Still no urgency, no signs of him looking to hit that big one. So at the moment, it's just really time, you think, that the Barbados Pride is batting. Even on, I think, the first delivery where he would have turned it on the leg side, you think there was an opportunity to run for 2, put the fielder under some pressure, and try to retain the strike.
There's
so
no
I think
sense
there's
of
no
urgency. And it leaves me to think, do you fully understand what's happening? Because you're not going to get much runs from Jer McAllister. He's the one that has to score the runs in Cumberbatch. So you will expect him to play his game, be positive, play the way that we heard or know that you can play coming into this team.
I think at this moment you can risk it getting an extra 20.
I mean, it's somewhat like how Romain Morris played in the first innings, getting to his 97. He was there at the crease with O.J. Shields, and he knows that any moment now O.J. Shields can lose his wicket. So he played his game, he played his way, the way how he know how to score runs. He moved from 75 to 97 in a flash.
In a flash, yeah.
And then O.J. Shields lost his wicket. A sad way to end the innings, to be honest, because I was really looking forward to seeing 100 scored by Romain Morris. The first game he got a half century. Second game he got a peach from Session Matara.
And that was an attacking Yorker there from Derval Green. It squeezed out into that wide McCritic region. It goes into the boundary. Interesting chase there from the fielder, but he seems to have on the pad, so
It's called a sprung.
mobility wasn't really much. But as we look back at this one, searching for that glory delivery, that Yorker there, it was squeezed out, nicely negotiated there from McAllister.
And that's the thing, like, you are the all-rounder. You're the only recognized batter left. You're batting with a tail ender who's very limited. But then you makes it look like he's the one that has to score the runs.
389 for 9. Barbados Pride now leads by 120. As a Green. And he's here edging and caught at first slip. That is the end of the Barbados Pride innings. And Chadwick Walton taking that one. Shaquille in his debut is left stranded on 15. And as we look at this delivery from Derval Green, who has bowled a splendid spell this morning outside the line of the off stump, and the flashing blade there just managing to edge that one to Chadwick Walton. And that is the end of the Barbados Pride innings. They end on 389, a lead of 120, a very sizable lead there for Barbados. And Derval Green, he ends with, I think it should be 4 for 78. Yes, Barbados Pride, they will feel very satisfied with their efforts now in this contest.
We're looking at the fall of wickets here. First one to go. Sort of unfortunate there for Zachary McCaskey, but he has to go. Derval Green picking up the first wicket. Oja Shields really played on the mind of Mosley, picking up the edge straight to Chadwick Walton. So that's his second catch in the game. He had to go. And the third wicket here, really unfortunate. Ball just rolling back onto the stump. Jonathan Jakes very disappointed, but he had to go. This wicket, he was never looking at the skipper. Was just ball watching there. Kevin Wickham lost his wicket to the run-out route. Not one of the best ways to go. Primus came in and as attacking as he was, finding the man at short square leg, Abijay Mansingh, and then another run out. So 2 run out in this innings. Carlos Brown, a mix-up between Akeem Jordan and the skipper. The skipper was very upset with that one. And then this morning, the bumper just got a bit too big there for Shane Dorridge, and a catch by Abijay Mansingh again. So 2 catches in that game. And then the wicket of the big man, the skipper, 142, well played, over 300 balls. Was well congratulated by the Scorpions. The flighted delivery from Pete Salmon did a bit too much for Jamel Warrican. Good decision. And then the last wicket to go was always on the card. If you're going to leave your tail ender to be the one to do the bulk of the scoring, it was always on the card to get the wicket early. And that's the wickets there that fall for the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride, 389. The Jamaica Scorpions trailed by 120. They put on a 120 lead. I really want to see the approach here this morning from the Jamaica Scorpion. How they're going to go about scoring. As we come back to see the approach of the Jamaica Scorpion, we'll take a break here in the come box.
So welcome back to the Sabina Park as we position of the game. Barbados Pride, they've just been dismissed for 389, and the Jamaica Scorpions, they trail by 120 runs, and Jermaine Blackwood and his personnel, they have a lot of work to be done here. And first, they have this lead of 120 that they have to calculate how they will maneuver, get into that 120, and then setting something substantial in this game. There is time left in this game. We have a couple more sessions after this, as we'll probably just go for 10 minutes before lunch. As Keswick Williams is with me, I think he will give his thoughts and how he thinks that Chadwick Walton and Carlos Brown should approach this very tentative session here just before lunch.
Well, yeah, it's all about the approach and how they go about scoring runs. And of course, you have to think about what they want to get out of this game. Still have to score 120 before they start scoring for themselves. So at this point now, you would wonder what would be the mindset of the Jamaica Scorpions going into bat now, because there's still 2 sessions left in the day's play and a day tomorrow. We haven't seen a game gone into 4 days yet. At the Sabina Park, we're thinking that we might get a 4th day here, but it's all going to be the approach of the Jamaica Scorpion batters. How are they going to go about it? But Akeem Jordan is with ball in hand, and he has a job to do for the Prides.
It's very exciting to see how he goes. Was a part of that test team, I think, that went to South Africa. His first. But I think you said the approach, and I think made the point earlier as regards to just this character building from teams coming back from trailing, from a position of trailing, and then going to take the lead. I think that is the kind of context and the kind of things that I want to see from teams, not them being down and staying down, but them being down and can rally themselves back.
Well, I guess you know the mindset of Chadwick Walton. He's looking to score runs because that one is punched behind point, and that's a good start to his innings.
Yeah. As we look at this again, it was short, wide, and a very flamboyant Chadwick Walton, just playing that one very late, very controlled shot to get proceedings on the way for the Jamaica Scorpions.
I'll tell you one thing. The way how Chadwick Walton scored his runs in the last game. This game, obviously, he got a really good delivery first up from Jerry McAllister. He was actually surprised by that delivery as well. But looking at the wicket, being out there all day yesterday and realize how Craig Brathwaite occupied the crease, he's a more attacking player. Last game, he bat literally from after 11, just an hour or so before lunch, and bat both sessions after lunch. And he scored 163. If he played that way, knowing what's ahead of him, I am thinking him and Carlos Brown, if they knowing the nature of the wicket, knowing it's good for batting, I think if they approach the game in a positive way, the session after lunch can probably take them close to 100 or over 100 runs. And then the session this evening, they can look to pile on some runs and try to look for outright win. It's not like they cannot bowl out the Barbados team, but with Craig Brathwaite and how he's playing, it's a tough call.
Yeah, they have the guys that can score quickly is Jamaica Scorpions, lights of Blackwood and Walton, as you said. But I think, as you mentioned the point, I think I want to see Akeem Jordan just bowl a little bit fuller to Walton. I think Walton is very strong off the back foot, but I think we want to see Akeem Jordan test him. He's on that front team, draw him in onto the front foot. He's very good on the cut shot. He's very good on the pull shot.
Well, the thing is that Jordan bowls are good in swinger, but every now and again you always find him getting a bit too straight. As long as you're in swing bowl and you get too straight to batters, especially at this level, as my little niece will say, easy peasy lemon squeeze, it runs down to fine leg or behind square. So he has to be very meticulous in terms of his line. With that in swing, that's exactly what I'm talking about. As long as you get too straight, you will always go down the leg. And that's the end of the first over here from Hakeem Jordan. Just one boundary off of it. Score is 4 without loss.
And I think that in swing that you talked about from Jordan, you want to see him starting that just outside the line of the off stump. And I think it's that kind of length I think would be good to test Walton from. That said, Jamaica Scorpions, they have a lot of work to be done. Craig Brathwaite, the only century run in this match so far. You look at that scorecard. I mean, Morris, he's a player that I think Scorpions will be looking again to get amongst the runs as they look to overhaul this lead of 120.
Looking at the batting lineup of the Scorpions, with the absence of Nkrumah Bonner, I am thinking, from where I'm standing, where I'm looking, I've been here for 3 weeks. The most positive batter in this Jamaica Scorpions team for me is Roy Morris. With the absence of Nkrumah Bonner, I am thinking he should be promoted to at least bat at 4. It's just my thinking, I'm not sure. What my probably what my commentators would think. Sure, Foster would have something to say about it if he's wrong, but
I see him. I think the issue with that, I hear you. I saw him come off the field to the latter stages of that innings and Chadwick Walton taking the gloves. I think for me it would be all dependent on the staging of the match, as that is nicely punched off the front foot through that vacant cover region by Carlos Brown. A very positive way to get off the mark and punching that one on the up. Nice shot, that one. And I think when you feel one in the middle in the start, that's really goes well for Carlos Brown and Jamaica. That was a nice shot there. Well, and that again, dear Keswick, shows that the pitch is good.
It was aerial for a while, but there was no feeler there. So the only feeler on the offside, really, except from the slips and the gully, is a man at backward point and the skipper who's at sealing it off. So it was aerial for a while, but it was safe. And that one was a bit too straight. Down to fine leg. But we have seen some class shot from Carlos Brown in the first innings. The first 3-4s that hit in the first innings was some exquisite drives through the covers. One would say that whenever he drives, you'll have to sit, you have to admire it. You'll probably take a picture because he's always in the pose as well. Something similar to the Spice Man out of Grenada when he plays his no-look shot.
This is Andre Fletcher.
Andre Fletcher.
I think the first time I saw Carlos Brown was in a T20, the Dream T10, and I think he was batting. And oh, that's a fine delivery. The outside edge has been taken, and we just really that you call that the commentator's curse. He gesticulated to the umpire that it touched probably the tie pad, but it's Chadwick Walton. I mark you who has to go, and that was a beautiful delivery there, just touching down just outside the line of the off stump and taking the edge. He had to play.
Well, it was a peach of a delivery. Jerry McAllister will have to start to say that I think I have Chadwick Walton's number. A little bit disappointed there because it looks like it sort of came off the tie guard, but I'm looking outside the... Well, that's not that one. Chadwick Walton, that's a punch of Hakeem Jordan. He's gone, but he's gone for 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to see that one again because
definitely
don't want the umpires to hit me too hard. Just outside the line of off, some straighten a bit. Did a lot. Chadwick Wilton wasn't really too bothered about it because in his mind, or he felt it coming off the tie guard, but it's an early wicket for the Pride. Jerry McAllister again taking the first scalp. The score.
So
the score is 9 for 1 off. Just 1.4 overs, and they're taking lunch as well. So we'll see what the approach would be like after the lunch break. We'll be right back here at Sabina Park to continue this game between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions on the third day of this regional 4-day championship here at the Sabina Park.
So welcome back to Sabina Park. And this is the post-lunch session of this this third round West Indies Championship 4-day match. The Barbados Pride, they are in front here at Sabina Park. The Jamaica Scorpions, they are 9-1. They lost Chadwick Walton on the stroke of lunch. He was dismissed by Jair McAllister for the second time in the match. But here it is again. Walton was not happy about the decision. He was given out caught behind. The Scorpions, they made 269 in their first innings. The Barbados Pride, they batted very well. Got 142 from their captain Craig Brathwaite. Based on that backdrop, they made 389 for a 120-run first innings lead. And so the Scorpions, with their 9 runs on the board, they've lost a wicket. They're trailing by 111 runs. And remember that the Barbados Pride, they resumed the day at 315 for 6. Shane Dorrich made 44 from his overnight 19. As we said, Brathwaite 142 from his overnight 129. Shaquille Comerbach was not out on 15. Jamel Warwick on 16. Jair McAllister, last one out, 4. Derval Green took 4 for 78. Pete Salmon, 3 for 94. And Ojay Shields, 1 for 59. 2 wickets going via the run-out route. So, Jair McAllister, he's going to bowl to Kurt McKenzie for the first time in this innings, and that's down the leg side. And I say good afternoon to Kesrick Williams.
Good afternoon to you, Foster. Jamaica Scorpions is really upset to some extent because they think that last wicket wasn't even close. But Kurt McKenzie's out there, and he has a job to do. Started really well in the first innings, getting to 40, getting that start, but just has to learn now how to convert those starts into getting to 50 and then converting those 50s into hundreds.
Yeah, that completed the second over. Only 2 more deliveries from McAllister because he dismissed Chadwick Walton with the 4th ball of his first over. Scorpions had only 2 overs to survive before lunch, and they lost a wicket. And as the game is positioned now, it's obvious what has to be done from the Scorpion standpoint. First, they have to get 120 runs. That's mandatory for the Barbados Pride team to bat again. Secondly, they're in a dilemma now, either to play time or try to score at a rate where they can set a substantial total for the Pride to chase. It looks as if it's an uphill task at the moment. At 9-1, Akeem Jordan has the ball in his hand. He has not taken a wicket so far in this match.
Well, in the position that they are in now, it will call for a team that is really brave to make a decision to somewhat attack the Barbados Pride bowlers, because they're in a situation, or they have already lost their first wicket in Chadwick Walton, unfortunately. 2 sessions left now in today's play. 1 day tomorrow. It will take a team with a lot of guts to decide, look, we're still looking to win this. So we need to get that. Who's going down leg? We need to score this 111 that's left there now. We need to do that this evening safely. And then start to score for ourselves. And then probably in the last session, get over that 111 and then start to score for themselves. And then look to maximize tomorrow first session and then probably send in Barbados Pride.
Brown takes another couple of steps towards Hakeem Jordan, and he employed a similar strategy in the first innings against Jordan, who normally shapes the ball into the right-handers. And Carlos Brown did that in the first innings, where he was trying to negate the movement of the ball towards him or limit the amount of swing by taking a couple of steps towards the ball.
Trying to bat for time here would probably cause some problem. There must be a purpose into how you approach this innings. And the swing again, finding the inside edge. That time, Hakeem Jordan did get it right, but could only find the edge of Carlos Brown.
He was lucky. Even though he was on the move, he didn't get close enough. It was a good delivery from Jordan. And it takes the inner half of the bat. And a streaky boundary for Carlos Brown. His second boundary. Had a better looking one in the Jair McAllister over. He's lucky there. A reprieve. That's wide. Should be signaled as well. That was almost off the pitch. Looking for that one that holds its line. 14 for 1. Yeah, that was way too wide.
Definitely looking for that one to go away, Hakeem Jordan.
So he's bowling with a unusual field.
I was just about to mention that. I looked at it and I'm like, he has no point. Why would he try to outswing the ball? If you're going to outswing the ball, you have to start it a lot straighter, where you work the edge, not outside the line of foot stump, because anything past backward point or anything in front of point would be four, unless Jamel Warrior can have some Usain Bolt shoes on.
That's the end of the third over. It's 14 for 1.
So it's an unusual feel, and I'm happy that you notice it, because I think we noticed at the same time.
So he's operating with a short cover, but not a point, but almost like not you wouldn't say, you would almost say a square cover. So because he's getting the ball to come back towards the right-hander, it's not going to go backward of point normally. So if it takes the edge, it would go finer. So you're not going to have gully in place as well for him. Normally, Hakeem Jordan to the right-handers. And then he had a mid-off, and he had a short mid-wicket. Then he had a man forward of square and a mid-on. And then there was a fine leg. So he's operating with a 5-4 field. And Jair McAllister also with a 5-4 field. The Kirk McKenzie hits him into the rib. And his 4 men on the onside. They are a short leg, one, a mid-on, in Shemar Holder, who is buzzing around, chirping around. And then you have a deep backward square and a fine leg, who is Cumberbatch. Short again. Mackenzie is actually showing that he's interested in pulling. Tucking him up. McAllister seems to have some pace about him. He's having a discussion recently that I think he needs a better run-up. He's not the most athletic looking player around. What he has or possesses is pace. He's a tall fellow as well. 3 slips. Short cover and mid off on the offside. As I said, Kurt McKenzie got his first score in double figures in the first inning since his return. Made 40. Was dismissed very softly. That was to Jamel Warrican. He's trying to go over the top. Goes for the pull again. That is going to go into the boundary. Went very, very fine. Nowhere close to where he was intending.
Too straight there, Foster. Always gonna pay.
First boundary for him as well, Kurt McKenzie. That one was left alone outside the off stump. So he's spraying the ball around here, McAllister, in this over. As we said, we're played for the West Indies against Bangladesh A, which is the West Indies A, and also played for the West Indies A against South Africa A. Another short delivery. And Kurt McKenzie cops that one on the head.
We may see Barry running out. This is the physio of the Scorpions. Concussion protocol.
Yeah, it was sharp. He was intent on not getting out of the way, and that is flush in the forehead.
Well directed. He looks okay. Looks fine. The helmets these days have a lot of protection. He looks like a tough lad as well.
Yeah, he's suggesting that he's okay, but the protocols have to be followed here.
Where are you, physio? Come on, you got to get out there. You got to sprint. Show us the reason why Jamaica have the best set of athletes. That's not showing us anything, Barry. Come on, stretch those legs.
Use that thing, man. If you don't use it.
Probably one of the fastest rosters around. Have you ever get crushed on the helmet?
Yeah.
You did. Keeping? Batting?
No, batting.
Batting? From who? May I ask?
You won't know him. It was a long time ago, though. There were no concussion protocols around those times.
So after
you'd
you
have
get-
to be tough.
After you get hit in the head, did you score runs after that, or
I don't remember.
you don't remember?
Probably still concussed, to be quite honest. I don't remember. But it's not a good feeling. It's
Never.
not a good feeling.
Never. I always say that I respect opening batters, especially the opening batters that face the cherry.
It looks as if he's okay, but
Still
Still
the
some-
checks.
checks going on. Callista gave it everything. You could see that he really arches back there. Or is it that he's waiting on a change of helmet? We're not sure. There's no communication here, so
I've been on tours before whereby I've seen over 10 helmets used. That's in New Zealand, West Indies tour of New Zealand. We had an extra bag of helmets, and every single helmet was used on that tour. Shea Hope alone used 3 helmets. Got hit on his head quite a few times. In that series, it was Neil Wagner. They had Bracewell, Bolt, Lucky
Seems
Ferguson.
he's getting a change of helmet. I figured that was going to be the reason. That one was damaged. If you can get a closer look at it, it smashed him in the forehead, really. It took some time for him to get a new one. Inspecting. But the good thing is that he's okay. Based on what we are seeing from here, visibly it looks as if he's in a good space. That's Ramal Lewis, the substitute fielder. It's a long hold up in play here.
Actually, I did my research and I heard you do have a nickname, Foster. I'm wondering.
Or
the
I
reason-
told you, which one?
I heard before you told me I did my research. I'm just wondering the reason for that nickname.
I don't remember the name either. I don't remember the reason. That was probably, which year is this?
Is it cricket related?
No, I don't think so.
I have to do a bit more research to find out the reason behind of
It's like
the name.
20 years ago. That was like 20 years ago. But nobody calls me that anymore, except people who are very close to me. Yeah. Or people who know me from high school. Yeah.
As long as you're from the Caribbean, you'll definitely have a nickname. But Kurt McKenzie, he's good.
Kevin Wickham having the time of his life troubling Kurt McKenzie. That he's going to get hit again and he's going to laugh. But he's okay. He's okay now. And the great thing is, Hakeem Jordan has the ball in his hand. So play can actually resume to Carlos Brown down the leg side.
Still using his feet, Carlos. I mean, if he bowls like that with the ball coming into Carlos Brown, there's no way he can get him shoot point because the ball is coming in. As long as it's finishing on the stump, it will be very difficult for Carlos to get it shoot point or down to third man. So he's fine. But my thing is when he bowled it going down on the fourth stump line and then look to outswing it. That is my main concern. If you're looking to outswing the ball, you definitely have to try to go down on off stump or middle stump, going away from him. And that's very rare, probably one delivery or so. Because he cannot consistently. 3 balls is too much to be bowling going away when you have this kind of feel.
Yeah. I just looking at Carlos Brown's approach in terms of where is he going to get those runs from Jordan. Nice drive. Kevin Wickham does the fielding. That he's obviously trying to get the ball on the full or when the ball just starts its movement. So he's trying to get Hakeem Jordan off a good length. But he still needs a stable base for when he plays the shot. So whenever he's, even just now when he played that ball to Kevin Wickham's left, he was still on the move as he played the ball. Left that one alone outside the off stump. Pride there, beaming here. They're hunting wickets. really believe that they can put the Jamaica Scorpions under pressure. Middle order that has been feeble so far in this competition. Short, and that's going to be 4. No protection there. And that's too easy. It's way too short. And it's a distraction from Brown of him advancing. I know he was a little bit more stable, but he's outside of his crease. And I think Jordan got worried that he was coming towards him again and pulled it down too wide outside the off stump.
It's the second delivery outside the line of the 4th stump. You cannot be bowling that line, especially with this field. If you're bowling that line, you must be looking to bowl the in-swinger. You cannot be looking. That's the 3rd delivery outside the line of the 4th or 5th stump with no 3rd man, no point. Jamel Warrican is standing at somewhat extra cover. There's a short cover. So from extra cover, go wrong to the 2nd slip. There's no one, and you're persistently bowling that line outside the line of 4th stump. Looking to take the ball away from the right-hander. Yeah. That's a recipe for disaster. Any little edge behind point down to 3rd man is 4. You don't have that protection. So what he needs to do, I don't mind you bowling that line, but you have to be looking to bowl the in-swinger so that it will finish on stump. Because it would be very difficult for Carlos Brown to get the ball down to 3rd man or in front point if it's finishing on the stump.
Yeah, 22 for 1. McAllister again. Short again to Mackenzie. And he's clobbered that all the way for 6 in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. He was hit a moment or so ago, but he's not backing down, the left-hander. And McAllister has bowled almost every delivery short to Kirk Mackenzie so far. And takes the score up to 28 for 1. So let's see the response here from McAllister. Short again, but it goes to mid-on, and it's dropped. Hold up. Shamar, that is. That's a big miss. He was having words with Mackenzie. I know he got the chance to send him back to the pavilion, and he missed it. Has to take that. But that's careless batting again from Kirk Mackenzie. Keswick is dumbfounded by the approach. Left alone outside the off stump.
I'm dumbfounded by the approach. Not of Kurt Mackenzie. It might be surprising to you, because that ball definitely deserved a good slap over mid-wicket. I think Kurt Mackenzie missed out, to be honest with you. With that pace, you need to be hitting those areas.
Short again, but that is going to be smashed in front of square. This is bad bowling from Jair McAllister now.
As I mentioned, he did miss out on the first one. You have to be hitting those areas. Can't be bowling consistently short on this sort of surface, Foster. So that's why I say, yes, it was a drop catch. But when you really look back at it, I think Mackenzie kind of missed out on a boundary. There must be, your thought process must be better. You batted on the wicket for an entire day. Your skipper made 142, batting 300 balls plus.
No pace in it. But he goes short again. And Mackenzie helps himself again to another boundary. And he's turning on the styles here. Kurt Mackenzie with the short deliveries.
The key to bowling on this wicket now is about being consistent in terms of hitting your lines and lengths. This is poor from J. McAllister. You picked up wickets in the first innings by hitting the errors. In the first innings, by the third over, he still didn't concede a run. Now we're seeing something different here because he changed what he got success with in the first innings. The one is a bit short again. Wait. Kurt McKenzie again missed out. So a very good over for the Scorpions.
Yeah, a missed chance in it though. But I think this is a direct tactic towards McKenzie. He was hit on the head, but it's become too predictable. And for somebody who is playing at the test level, you'd expect him to cope with predictability. And the Scorpions are 36 for 1. And 14 runs came off that McAllister over as we see Jamel Warrican getting ready to bowl. Question never know that Hakeem Jordan has bowled short spells in this match. But he has not looked dangerous at any point in time. It hasn't looked as if he was on the cusp of taking wickets.
Not really surprised that Jamel Warrican has taken the ball from this end. Picked up 5 wickets in the last innings.
Yeah.
But what they need now is someone who's going to stem the flow of runs. Jamel Warrican is the man known for that. He may not give up this ball until tea time, especially if he's bowling well. Tie things down, because they need to tie things down here. At the end of the day, if this game ends up into a draw, Barbados will put themselves in a better position to probably get more points out of the game.
And I think for that to happen, somebody has to score a big 100 for the Scorpions, or weather permitting. And he's bowling to Carlos Brown, Jamel Warrican.
He's not a big turn off the ball, but he's really smart because he understands his bowling. So he usually uses the angles pretty well. Comes from wide of the crease. Goes down the middle of the crease. Also knows how to slow it up. So he sometimes bowl from way behind. Carlos Brown trying to sweep again. We saw a good bit of that in the first innings.
Warrican operating with a slip and a short leg. Now seems as if there's going to be a leg slip positioned. And then there is a man at deep backward square for that sweep shot and a long off. He goes for it again. It's in the air. And McAllister can't get it. It was a powerful shot from Brown. And the runs are flowing here for the Scorpions. It was badly lined from Warrican. And Brown is not afraid to pull out that broom. Sweeps another one into the boundary. And it's now 40 for 1, the Scorpions. The partnership is 31 from 30. Takes the edge of the bat and it goes all along the ground. Hakeem Jordan races away from first slip. And Brown is coming back for 2. He's very fit. He's very quick between the wickets. And that's the end of the 7th over. It's 42 for 1. Carlos Brown is 19. Kurt McKenzie is 18. Jamaica Scorpions, they trail by 78, batting a second time against the Barbados Pride. Just gonna give a check of what's going on around the Caribbean in this championship. Trinidad and Tobago 162 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 21 runs. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 415 for 7 declared, which means they have a lead of 428. So the academy team, they need 429 to win. And importantly, Kevin Sinclair, 165 of 182 balls. His good form has continued. That's his maiden first-class century. 26 fours in that innings. And this is good batting now from Mackenzie. Still on the short side is McAllister, and he eased it backward of point for 2 runs.
Tell you what, there's not much of a flair or class in terms of how he looks at the crease or how he bowls to Kevin Sinclair cricket. But I'll tell you what, he gets the job done.
Yeah, very good cricketer. He's a cricketer that you would love to have around your team. That's too short again from McAllister. It's through the offside. It's going to go very close to the boundary. Is it going to pull up? No. Trickles into it now. I think this is bad bowling. He's bowling 2 sides of the wicket here, and the contributing factor is that he's doing it very short and wide now to the left-hander.
It could never be a plan. This could never be a plan that the skipper is enjoying or letting Jeremy McAllister consistently work towards. The last over, he was getting hit on the onside. This next over, he's getting hit on the offside.
That was sharp in terms of pace, was better directed. And Mackenzie got out of the way, another bouncer. And as I said, the academy team need 429 to win. CCC, they are 45 for 3 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They trailed by another 160 runs. And Evelyn is 19 not out. Jonathan Carter is 4. They've lost Sadiki Henry. Shamar Brooks and Kalicha run a pleasant drive from Kirk McKenzie. Super shot. You can save those legs, Craig Brathwaite. That's a top shot. And that's a Kirk McKenzie trademark. You saw a lot of that in Australia. Eased the ball through the offside pretty well. That's just pure timing.
Not going to add anything to that. Just going to sit back and enjoy what I'm seeing from Kirk McKenzie. The good thing about it is that perfect start to him again in this innings. We want to see him carry on. What will mean a lot for him is if he can bat through the rest of the day and then get them past that 68 runs that's left. Good decision to pull out of that one. It was a really not a challenging delivery.
This is average bowling though. It's average bowling.
As I always mention, you're very good with words.
Yeah, this is
if the cameraman show me someone in the stand, I can tell you what's the color he's wearing. But you're very good with words, so I allow you to speak on, my brother.
full again and driven back to McAllister, who has conceded 33 runs in 4 overs. And that completes the 8th over of the innings at 52 for 1. The Scorpions are motoring along, scoring at almost 9 runs and over. Well, 6 runs and over. Over 6 runs and over, I beg your pardon. It's Nikita Miller, the assistant coach for the Scorpions.
And
Former captain as well.
he's wearing a yellow top
Yeah, that is obvious.
and a black pants with a yellow and it's not yellow, it's a grey and yellow box in his hand.
Okay.
Those are helmets. The hat is a little bit off-white. It's not fully white.
Okay. Off-white.
Off-white.
Okay.
Green shade. So I'm very good with colors. You're just good with words.
Yeah.
Excellent with words.
And I can give you that.
That's why we work well together.
I have absolutely no idea outside of primary and secondary colors. That's pushed up to cover.
Complement each other.
Warkan has been inserted to stem the flow. So let's pick up wickets here. He took 5 in the first innings. Carlos Brown looks like a player who has potential, but what you want to see him do, he's getting starts actually in this competition. Missed out on a 50 against the CCC. Had 40 in the first innings against the Barbados Pride. Want to see him build an innings. He's already shown that he's willing to bat for long period. Scorpions are in a good position in terms of the start that they've received here. It has been bad bowling though, from McAllister in particular. Not threatening from Akeem Jordan, and a made Nova seen out there by Carlos Brown from Jamel Warwick, and it's 52 for 1. That's Ryan Hines, the assistant coach for the Barbados Pride, former West Indies player.
I was going to ask you if you need the colors as well, but
Yeah.
guess you can see.
Those ones are obvious.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Jordan switched ends. He's coming from the Michael holding end. See the difference that he will bring about from that end. Haven't really bowled a lot in the first innings either. But I'm happy to see the start that Kurt McKenzie has managed to achieve here. And I want to see him getting into 50s.
Need him to score a big one. You need him to score. For the Scorpions' sake, you want him to score 100.
For his sake as well,
And for
because
his
when I say his sake, it's all about his
personal-
confidence.
Yeah.
Because after this, there's a break. So going into the next phase of the tournament, you would want him to go into that in form. That would be played obviously in Trinidad and Antigua. So that should do a world of good for them and for him.
Yeah, and they close out here in Jamaica.
Looking at this game now, not seeing I'm not seeing the clear plans yet for the Scorpions. But for now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kurt McKenzie.
This is a better length to operate to him with. He loves to drive, but he's also shown that he's lacked awareness to where his off stump is in this season so far. He has been bowled a couple of times from around the wicket, left alone one from Ryan John. Was bowled by Hackett in the first innings against CCC. And in the game against the Volcanoes, the second innings, he tried to clip a ball through the onside and ended up being caught at gully. So Ryan John had him bowled, and then Darius Martin had him caught at gully. And then the very next innings against the CCC, he was bowled through the gate. And then here, in the first innings against the Barbados Pride, he was caught down at long on, trying to go over the top on 40. Nakeem Jordan, economical in comparison to Jair McAllister, but he's not as threatening so far. Not the quickest of bowlers, Hakeem Jordan. Depends on off the seam and in the air to do most of his damage. Moves the ball about. I think as Chris mentioned, he was part of the West Indies squad
For that Australia tour.
for that Australia tour. Also did well in South Africa. In the South Africa A series. Mackenzie drives, pleasing. It's gonna go very close to the boundary. It's gonna touch the ropes. Over pitched, he was just waiting on that one. It was in the air for a while. But that's the Kurt Mackenzie way. He tends to hit a couple balls aerially as well. It's now 56 for 1. The Scorpions are scoring at almost 6 runs and over. 32 to Mackenzie. And 19 to Carlos Brown. And the partnership is 47.
We have seen a different approach from Carlos Brown. As you see the physio coming back to check him out, that blood that he received on his finger caused him to leave the field in the first innings. He's just tending to that no. But we're seeing a different approach from him as well, because he's 19 off 27 balls. Over the last two games that he played, it's a bit slower than that.
Yeah.
But he's a lot better today. So his approach is a lot better. Kurt Mackenzie loving his approach. And it's not that he's playing rash shots. He's being positive. Scoring off the deliveries that he's accustomed to, that he understands how to play them. So it's not like he's going out of what he knows. He can pull the ball and he can drive the ball. He can go straight down the ground as well. Just would like to see him, when he get these sort of starts, converting it into 50s and then start scoring hundreds. Because to score hundreds, you have to have a plan. You have to understand your game. And the only how you're going to understand how to score hundreds is if you're scoring them, actually. And then you know what it feels like going out and approaching it. Approaching batting.
Can just go in wide off the crease there. Angled into Brown. Warkan did say that the 269 from the Scorpions was below par on this surface. He has been proven to be right. As that one spun across Carlos Brown. Slow turn. Good signs for the spinner. This has been a good wicket overall. If you look at the stats, Pacers have taken wickets, but they have to bowl a lot of overs. The spinners, 5 for Warkan in the first innings. Pete Salmon with 3. Sweep shot coming. That's down the leg side, Jamel. And that completes the 11th over at 56 for 1. Look at it again. Wide off the crease, angling down. He was confident. The umpire was not. And she's the most important in this scenario.
Going down.
Definitely going down there. But definitely something that I would like to mention is that Akeem Jordan is not a bad bowler at all. He's in the test team, so there's no way you could think he's a bad bowler. But it's just that today, it's just a little off day. Well, this game is a little off for him. As you rightly mentioned, he haven't really checked the batters. Never really looked like he's gonna cause any problem in this game. But he's a fine bowler, swings the ball nicely. It's just one of those off games.
And that one is down the leg side. Reminded that Shane Dorich is a wicket keeper. As you said, there are concerns about a knee issue that he has. Also, a hand problem, which forced him to bat down the order in the first innings. Didn't show any effects of that. Made 44. Operating with a short mid-wicket and a short cover. A mid-off and a point. 2 slips. Every time you speak to someone around the Scorpion setup, management or coaching, as well as leadership group, that's clipped away. Cumberbatch has some work to do. Does it well in the end. A single. 57 now for 1. Whenever you speak to someone within the leadership group, they always say that once the Scorpions bat 90 overs, they're going to score 300 runs.
And it's understandable. So if they bat out this session until T, they bat out from T to end of play. And the first session tomorrow, Gospel Life, that's 3 sessions.
Yeah.
So if they do bat those 3 sessions, I wouldn't be surprised if they get over to 60 or so.
Because when you look at what they will point to you to is that they tend to score quicker than most teams because of the players that they have. And when you look at it, Jermaine Blackwood is particularly known to score quickly at the highest level in the game.
And he's due some runs as well. So
yeah, employed a different approach in the first innings.
I was really surprised.
Yeah, played across the straight one eventually.
But like about 30 balls before getting off the strike, not something you would
associate
normally
with him. Yeah.
associate with Jermaine Blackwood. But that's the end of the over. A good over there from Akeem Jordan. Score is 57 for 1. It's 12 overs.
Trailed by 63. I was going to add that Leroy Log, normally an opener. That's Jimmy Adams in the shades and which color is that? Orange or red?
It's red.
Oh, that's red.
It's a red. Actually, it's a red Puma top.
You're looking directly down, not on the screen.
Directly down.
Okay.
Not looking at the screen. I don't need that. I do not need the screen.
Okay, my apologies.
I do not need the screen.
Yeah. And beside him is Wayne Lewis, the former Jamaica opener.
That's a great top as well, with black prints.
I know that one. And it's part of WEPA as well, the Players Association, the General Secretary. Yes, another dot delivery. Down the leg side from Warrican. Gonna take a lot of overs from Warrican. It's on the surface. There are some rough patches outside the off stump to Kurt McKenzie for him to probably target Warrican, but he's bowling a straighter line. He's 57 for 1 after 13. Umpire Jackie Williams says it's over, and that's a maiden for Warrican. So after that phase where McKenzie hammered a few balls for 4 and a 6 off Jair McAllister, and it has quieted down now, and the run rate has been pulled back by the Barbados Sprite, getting things back in check.
Don't do it.
Okay, I know for sure that's a khaki pants.
That's because you wear a lot of khaki pants. Huh?
It's Hakeem Jordan to Carlos Brown. He's working that to forward of square. Important for the Scorpions here. They have been outbatted so far in this game. And you'd probably say outbowled as well. Pride were so close to getting 400. That one goes up to mid-off. I think to Carlos Brown, Hakeem Jordan has been a fraction too short. I'm almost thinking that he's been forced to go that route. He's not been able to get the balls to move back in late towards Brown.
I think that's the reason why he was trying to keep it outside the line of the off stump or fourth stump. But then again, there was no one at point, no one at gully either, or even third man. Saw Carlos Brown getting 2 boundaries off of him down to third man and even behind point.
A very straight field. There's no backward point. This move change has been made. Brown looks a solid player whenever he plays that forward push or that extra cover drive. He has a brilliant extra cover drive.
Picture perfect cover drive, I would say.
Nice shot down the ground. McAllister has to come around to his right.
Didn't really score off of that, but that's what you're talking about. That pretty cover drive.
Yeah. Top-handed player. Just had to play that one a little bit earlier. Alistair would have been in problems in stopping it. Wanted one, but he realized that it was going to be problems.
Glad he
Over to
realized it early as well.
Yeah.
Warwick has really stemmed the flow of runs. As we expected, going into his 5th over now, just 6 runs off of him. Very economical. He has been over the years for the pride. He did play that one season of CPL as well. I think for St. Kitts, Jamel Warwick. Dorwich. Shane Dorwich played that year as well.
Really tempting Mackenzie with the flight there. In the first innings, he actually got him from round the wicket. Mackenzie was looking to go straighter than what happened. It eventually went to the man at long on. He was trying to hit it to the left of the umpire's shoulder. Came off the inner half of the bat.
I have a question for you, Foster. Knowing that Morris is probably one of the most confident batters, or confident batter in the team presently, with the absence of Nkrumah Bonner, do you think or feel the need to probably promote him to number 4 and let him bat the way he's batting, especially in this innings?
I wouldn't say 4, but I'd definitely bat him at 6. And I say 4 because I think just the nature of how he plays, he's going to score regardless.
Well, he bats at 6 now.
Well, 7 because Mansingh bats before him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want him to be batting ahead of the captain. Just in terms of sending a signal.
Maybe.
That's just me.
Probably getting Lug to bat at number 5, maybe.
Maybe.
Getting Blackwood to come in at 4.
Yeah.
And then remain at 6.
Yeah.
So
But
6 or 5.
I'm very surprised, by the way, that Blackwood is batting at 5 this season.
Because he usually bats at 3.
And 4. Yeah. But I understand why he's batting at 4 because Kirk Mackenzie bats at 3 in the test team. So you want him to replicate what he's doing at that level.
But Kirk
Normally
Mackenzie,
you'd be able to bat a step higher.
Kirk Mackenzie usually opens for Scorpions.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And that's
Lug
another thing.
Lug is actually opening batter as well.
Yeah. But he's a forced change. So then you have to rejig. And because he's normally an opener, he's probably not best suited to be down the order. And Brown is forward. Actually, I think Leroy Lug is better served in this format, batting at 4 or 5. Just based on how he plays. That's just my view. I don't think he's good enough against a moving ball. That's just me. That's just me. But some people would probably want to see him up top because he's a dasher. And he gets on the scoring pretty quickly. And he can change the game in a couple of overs. Worked away. He's going to put some pressure on Cumberbatch. Goes around to his left, and 2 runs added to the total is 59 for 1. I'm trying to find a similar type of style that I'm looking at. Obviously, they're nowhere close in terms of quality. But Kevin Peterson was that type of player for England. Batting at number 4, even if they were 30 for 2, you knew what was going to happen. He's going to take a look at what's going to happen, but then he's going to counter-attack. And if you're well set, he can also destroy the bowling. He's always on the offensive. And that's what I think Log can actually work on, given that he had some deficiencies last season against the balls that were coming back towards his stumps. Got dismissed a lot on the boundary as well last season. And at times they were disappointing. And even this season, his first game, he was caught on the boundary as well. He didn't even try to generate enough power. He just chipped the ball to long off. That's a bad shot from Brown. Wasn't full enough. It's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from Hakeem Jordan. Still no sign of Russian Primus or Cumberbatch. They are the seeming options for this Barbados Pride.
I'll tell you what, Jamil Warrican is controlling this end.
Sweetly timed, and that's a top shot. Got on top of the bounce and caressed it past point. That's a beautiful shot from Carlos Brown, and every time you see him play a shot through the offside, you believe he has some amount of quality. That's a very good shot.
Good control. Allows the ball to get close to him. And punching that one behind point. You can see how he opens up to make sure that it gets behind point. Really well played. So he has a start again. Just have to carry on. Him and Kirk McKenzie both had starts in the first inning. So they just have to carry on because the Scorpions need it as we go to another drinks break here. So it's the first drinks break after lunch. So we'll be right back to continue this game between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions.
So we're back here at Sabina Park. No surprises. Jamil Warrican has the ball in his hand. He'll be continuing. And this partnership has blossomed over 50. It's 54. Lost Chadwick Walton for 5. At that time it was 9 for 1. Jackie Williams says, let's play. Carlos Brown is on 25. He's at the non-strikers end. Kurt McKenzie's on strike. He has gotten a start. He got a start in the first innings. As I said, I want to see him build an innings. Not just wait on bad deliveries. Just use up his skill set to build the innings. Put his team in a position where they can push forward or stretch the game. These two actually batted together well in the first innings. And took the score to 86 before Brown was dismissed, and then a mini collapse ensued. Scorpions are 113 for 5. Sweet drive. That's going to go very close to the boundary. Craig Brathwaite is very quick, but he's not quick enough. Good drive. Not a full-blooded drive, but eased it through the covers. And the outfield is lightning. Went into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very well played there. Gap placement. He just had to beat that player, the captain there. And I think he was just making the point off here that we don't want to see him just hitting the balls to fielders, but actually picking gaps, which is a very good skill set of a very good player, is that you find the gaps when the opportunity arises.
Hits him on the front pad, but he was a long way forward. I'm just a little bit surprised by the Pride's approach so far in this innings. I think they gave away some runs, as well as the rotation of the bowlers. Sweep shot comes out. Dorich dives and takes it. And the umpire says no. Warrican is furious. Bends over on his knees to say that should have been out. That should have been out. No, very good decision, umpire Williams. That came off the forehand. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a top-class decision. That's an excellent decision there, Jerome. I mean, there are so many times that we see these decisions going 50-50, and everybody has their opinion. We have our own opinion. Players have their own opinion. But I think you have to give Mrs. Williams that there. That's an excellent decision. Quality decision there. And they will be tested. It's that kind of game. Two very quality teams, Barbados and Jamaica. A lot is on the line. Jamaica 67 for 1, looking to get ahead of that 120 leads. I think they will be tested. Quality decision there, though. Good start from these two players that I expect to go along, and of course get a big score, especially Kurt McKenzie. A lot is expected of him. He looked good on that tour of Australia. But here he is. There's been a lot of talks. He's not replicating the seam for Jamaica.
Yeah. Need him to score big, the Scorpions coaching staff. And I was about to say that I'm not entitled or to say what goes on in a team meeting or what the plans are, but Cumberbatch is on. And tapped into the offside for a single. I was about to say that I'm surprised by the fact that Hakeem Jordan came back for a second spell before the usage of either Cumberbatch or Russian Primus. Primus is a lot skiddier. Didn't take a wicket in the first innings, from my memory. But he's more experienced. And another observation from me as well with this Barbados Pride attack, it doesn't look a Barbados-esque type of attack, if you get what I'm saying.
I have to fully agree with you, Jerome. I was tempted to say that earlier. I think when you hear of Barbados, you think of lightning pace, of bowling at 140 clicks. And I think it's on what you would say just medium pace. It's not tear away fast bowling that we're accustomed to from Barbados. And I think it's an opportunity for Jamaica to cash in.
It's going to be Cumberbatch to continue. So you were saying that it's not lightning fast, because if you go down the years, and I don't want to go back to when the likes of Malcolm Marshall were playing and so on. We don't have to
Fidel
look.
Edwards.
Yeah, we don't have to look that far. We go Fidel Edwards, Pedro Collins, Tino Best,
Shamar Holder.
Holder, Roach, so on. And you reach a stage now where you're seeing mid-70s. And Holder is on the bench, but you understand why Holder is on the bench, because he's coming back from a long-term injury. And this is not to say neither of the players deserve to be in the team. I'm just saying it just doesn't replicate what I am used to in growing up and watching and listening to cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you look at Guyana, you look if we don't see spinners producing from Guyana, you wonder why. Because I mean, historically they're used to producing good spinners.
And there's a loud appeal. Umpire Brathwaite says yes, and Cumberbatch strikes. And Mackenzie gets a start again, and he goes again. He was strangled down the leg side.
Extremely disappointed. Extremely disappointed by Kurt Mackenzie, I have to say.
Yeah, it was down the leg side, and he could have hit that anywhere. So unfortunate for the left-hander. But another start goes a-begging, and Cumberbatch gets another wicket. 70 for 2 now. The Scorpions are slow and painful walk. But you have to give the bowler credit here, because his plan came off. Who needs space where they can pick up wickets?
I think you look here and we look at this youngster walking back to the pavilion, and I know many here in Jamaica, many around West Indies, will be very disappointed by the efforts of Kurt Mackenzie. And it's not to be too hard on Kurt Mackenzie, but it's the potential that he possesses. And what we have seen him do, especially in Australia. And when you look at a Kevin Hodge who's come back, make runs, he's really disappointed so far. Reminds me of a young Rabner Isaran in his earlier years, getting starts but just not pushing on. And it's not the first. I think Kurt Mackenzie will not be the first young player who will be going through this kind of phase.
Yeah. Have to find a way to move those 30s to 70s and 80s, and then after that you get to 100s. But you wouldn't say it was a poor shot. It's just a bad timing, and the fact that he has a start is just so unfortunate that he's dismissed like that. So it's 70 for 2. Importantly, the Scorpions, they are still trailing by 50, and Leroy Lugg is going to be joining Carlos Brown at the crease, and this is another important phase of the game.
I think being stronger down the leg side is something that can happen when you're in that zone that you're not really looking to score, and you bat yourself in a little shell. And when the opportunity really arises for you to score, sometimes you find yourself not really capitalizing on it as you should. And I think that is why I like to see, especially number 1 to 5 batsmen, being very proactive, being very decisive in when they're defending or attacking.
So Warwick to Brown, that's a false alarm, because a dead ball is signaled by the umpire. He's ready again. That one goes to short leg. So the Scorpions, they trail by 50. There's just about another, I would say, 43 minutes before tea. Pride, they're still in control of this game. So even that phase where runs were coming up plenty and coming quickly for the home team. Sweep shot again. That's gonna be 4. Don't need to run. Badly lined by Warwickon. Carlos Brown, once you get off line, he's gonna sweep. And that's his 30th run. The Scorpion.
30th run, and you talk about 30s, 40s, batsmen being so not really increasing their appetite for runs. So now Carlos Brown, he's 30 from 50. Here's an opportunity that he'll bat 50 deliveries, big opportunity to score a big one, and I really need to see the regional batsman going on to get hundreds, big hundreds. And you look around, a lot of these players, they're averaging 34, 32, 29, and these are the main reasons why, because they get out so easily in their 20s and 30s, and sometimes we then replicate the same in international cricket.
And it's very difficult for you to be averaging 30 at this level, and then you take the step upwards and your average would jump. Another sweep shot. McAllister has work to do, does well. Got down the big man. 75 for 2 at the end of over number 19. And the Scorpions, and they're still in a spot of bother. They trail by 45 runs. So, yeah, your average number is not going to, it's just common sense that you're going to be playing at a higher level. It's almost an anomaly for you to move from a lower level with a low average and then to go to the higher level and get a higher average.
Safraskani was averaging 79
in Ranji cricket.
In Ranji cricket before he made his test cricket debut.
Yeah, which
and
was last week.
It shows while he made that test match debut, it shows that he belonged there.
Yeah.
By getting runs.
Yeah, and people were actually saying that he's not ready for test cricket and he's averaging close to 80 in his domestic cricket. But there are other issues with him as well in terms of his fitness, etc. But for someone to be averaging like that would snap your hand off to get him in the West Indies team.
Yeah, and I think meanwhile we see the bowlers have been replicating. I mean, I think when you look at West Indies cricket, I normally say that I think the bowlers has done creditably well. You look at a stalwart like Kemar Roach and a few others, I think we have bowled creditably well as a group. I think it has been the batting that has been letting down the regional team in recent times.
Come batch though. Brown, you're right. And I had my reservations about the bowling unit going to Australia because of just data. The fact that Roach has struggled away from home for a large period of time. His average says that his wickets away from home compared to that at home. They suggest that as well. That's one. As well as Azari Joseph has gotten better over the last 18 months to 2 years. But he tends to be a little bit off color in red ball cricket. He has gotten better. So I had my reservations there, and they were your two leading bowlers. everybody knew about the potential of Shamar Joseph because you heard it once you're in and around the mainstream of cricket in the West Indies. He was well talked about. Down the leg side again, another appeal, but that one is off the thigh pad. So Joseph was well talked about, and everybody was expecting something, but you didn't know what you were going to get because he was obviously a raw potential. So that's one. That's three. That's your three main bowlers, by the way. And I was saying, whoa, where are the wickets going to come from if these things are? But then it's proved again that the bowlers are always standing up.
Yep. I always think that bowlers, they win your cricket matches, they win your test matches. I think you just need genuine wicket takers to win you those kind of cricket. I think because you have to take 20 wickets to win a test match.
Doesn't matter how many runs you score. Have to get those 20 wickets.
This is going to be an interesting battle. Leroy Lugg, I think the fashion in which he goes about things, very aggressive. Sometimes you think overly ambitious. But I think it is very important that he knows who's getting a second life at cricket for Jamaica Scorpions. And I think he has to put down his head and bat today. And I think he knows there's going to be ball in areas that he can hit. But he just have to be very selective in his approach in this innings. Very flat wicket.
No ball called by the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite. Tumbling Kevin Wickham makes a save. It's now 77 for 2. And Lugg is aggressive by nature. Looked at his stats prior to the game. And I was a little bit amazed.
Strike rate?
Not his, I think his strike rate is close to 80. The amount of sixes that he has hit in first class cricket as an opener. And prior to this game, he has played 9 first class matches. I think his strike rate is just over 70. But he has hit 21 sixes in first class cricket in nine matches, by the way. And he's an opening batter to go with his 33 fours. Well, his 39 fours. Yeah. And if you calculate that, you're going to see the amount of runs that he has in boundaries. He's forceful down the onside, and that's fielded by Craig Brathwaite.
And even with that delivery, you see how hard he comes down on the ball. I think that grip on that bat from Lugg just again emphasizes the approach in which how he plays. He tries to hit the ball very hard. Hopefully that he gets himself in on a very good wicket. I think the pitch is really good. It's good for batting. Really and truly no demons in the pitch. Well, I think the big contest is going to be Leroy Lugg against a very consistent Jamal Warrican who does what we would have seen over the years, what a Nikita Miller does. Just line and length, consistency.
Yeah. So it's, as I was saying about Lugg's ratio of run scoring, he has 390 runs in first class cricket, right? He has 39 fours and 21 sixes. So that's 282 runs in boundaries. So the other 108 comes from singles. So vast majority of his runs.
Sounds like some statistics from West Indies white ball.
Yeah, that's in the air. So he tends to go very hard. And in red ball cricket, you have more spaces to work with. But your margin of error is still limited because you're operating with a seaming ball, moving ball for a longer period of time. Sweep shot again. That's going to be very close to the boundary. McAllister does well again. He planted the big boot down. Brown thought it was 4. This is lazy cricket. It's lazy cricket from Lugg and Brown. I think they thought it would have been 4, but it's only 2. And McAllister had to run almost 30 meters to his right, get a big boot down, went over the boundary.
I would love to see that again. I think 2 guys they were arguing with each other in the middle at one point. And really, really poor running between the wickets. And I think these are the little things that sets you apart. sets the men apart from the boys. They have to run very well between the wickets. But that was poor running.
Indeed. Minimum 3 runs there all day. Brown was opening his arms to say what is happening to Lug. Left alone outside the off stump. No need to trouble that one. It's too wide. So I was saying that Lug with a moving ball, and you have batting on the 3rd and 4th days where the pitch is probably breaking up. It's not easy for stroke play. It calls for more application than anything else rather than brute force and power. It's good to have that because it gives you an advantage similar to what Chris Gale possessed. But Gale is just a different monster.
I think there are so many times that we see people say you play your natural game, but I think there are so many phases, there are so many periods, especially in 4-day cricket, that you really have to understand that, hey, the handle is not in my hands, and no, I have to be on the defense rather than the offense. I think there are so much periods, so much phases in 4-day cricket, and it's just part of building an innings, even if you're going to go hell for leather.
I agree with you. It's 79 for 2 at the end of over number 21, and Brown is on 34. So as you saw there, Shane Dorridge involved in both dismissals. Walton was caught behind of Jair McAllister. Mackenzie strangled down the leg side of the man who has the ball in hand, that's Shaquille Cumberbatch, who's making his debut in first-class cricket, now has 2 wickets, and he was left not out in the first innings of the Barbados Pride innings. 2 straight to Lug, who gets his first run, takes the score to 80 for 2, and the Scorpions are trailing by 40.
Yes, and I think now you look at Carlos Brown, 34 from 64, and you say to him, now is where you start batting. You really have not started batting as yet. I think now is the test for him. And so many of these youngsters getting start, not able to carry on. Let's see how he plays this from here on in. You look at the bowling, I look at the bowling really. I think you really wouldn't say that the bowling has been over the top. I mean, you look at the dismissal of Kirk Mackenzie, very unfortunate, strangled down the leg side. I thought Chadwick Walton get a really good delivery.
Good drive there from Brown, and I'm not sure Walton is convinced he nicked that ball. But still, it was a good delivery because it pitched, touched down on middle and shaped away. Late movement from McAllister. Nice drive. And Brathwaite is in the way. Better length and line here from Cumberbatch. Looks.
It's always attractive
built,
to see when the batsmen are playing in the V there from Carlos Brown.
Dennis Bulai, Scorpions representative. Short, and that's going to be runs. Well, a run because there's a deep point. And you mentioned the bowling. Cumberbatch in his 2nd and 3rd spells, you saw that he was decreasing in tempo and pace. And obviously he's not experienced as the others. Same thing that happened with Primus as well, who hasn't bowled as yet to the 22nd over. Loud scream of wait on by Leroy Lugg to complete the 22nd over. At the end of it, the Scorpions, they are 81 for 2. They trail by another 39. Kurt McKenzie. This is the top scorer so far with 39. He was dismissed 2 overs ago. Carlos Brown is on 35. He's the next best scorer. Chadwick Walton, he went for 5.
And the closer the Scorpions get to that magic number of 120, is the more that we think that we have a contest on our hands. As we enter into the final session pretty soon. Of course, I haven't taken the tea break as yet. Just 2:12 local time here in Jamaica. Bright sunny conditions.
Flighted deliver from Warwickon.
Immaculate weather today, Jerome. Immaculate.
Yes, perfect for those who are interested in playing cricket and going to the beach. It's not too hot. It's hot, but it's not too hot. Yesterday was humid along with the heat.
I really want to see Leroy Lugg battle against the left arm spinner. I really just squeal into Carlos Brown, get him on the strike. I want to see that battle. It's going to be a teasing battle, interesting one. Because you think that Barbados will really just look to play on the patience of the Jamaican Scorpion batsmen, allow them to make the mistakes.
Left alone. So you have 2 covers. Squarish cover in Brathwaite, short. Kevin Wickham is at a short extra cover. There's a deep cover, not on the boundary, and a backward point. So all those players are in Carlos Brown's periphery. Now the man from short leg has gone to silly point, right in front of him, and there's a long off. Left that one alone. That's too wide, and it's the end of the 23rd over. It's 81 for 2.
81 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And there you go, the weather in the background. Very beautiful day here in Kingston, Jamaica.
Bright sunshine.
It's really pleasing to see that by the looks of things that this game will be going to the 4th day. I mean, also I think that again for me is also another measure of quality of our local cricket games. I think if you always a bit concerned that games is finishing in 2 and 3 days, but you want to see a contest go to 4 days.
Yeah.
And I think that will speak volume of the quality of players that we have on offer.
Come on, batch though. Log. Left up. And he's pushing a strong foot forward with a lot of aggression in the defensive prod. You can just see that he's itching to get towards the ball. Once you're offline, you know what is going to happen.
It's just a matter of time, you think, before Leroy Luggs goes at the bowling. You can see him very tense in his approach, very fidgetive. Again, you did say it's going to be a test of character for the Jamaica Scorpion players. And of course, a player like him who would be dropped from the team and now looking to establish himself back in the team. Of course, the Jamaica Scorpions in recent times have been having their troubles as it relates to finding consistency.
Big swing coming there. Got the inner half of the bat and it goes down to fine leg. Shane Mosley's fielding there.
And there you go again. I mean, there's so much arrogance. There's so much in that shot. And really and truly, you think probably a gentle full face of the bat. not looking to hit the ball so hard. But again, that's the way he plays. And I think he himself would, or a coach would have to just to say, trust your abilities. But as I said before, be very selective in your approach. I mean, his career is still young, so he can learn.
That
That
hits him
looks
on the
pretty
pad.
good.
Yeah, and the finger goes up. It was straight. It looked pretty straight. And the signature celebration from the debutant comes up again. I don't know how to describe it, by the way. Almost like an eagle. But he gets a wicket. And that's the most important thing, Shaquille Kamabach. Look at it again.
Yeah, look really plumb.
Yeah.
Very adjacent, that one. Jerome, absolutely no doubts. No question will be asked about this one for sure.
Yeah, and he was suggesting to the umpire that he had some bat on it. He waved the bat at the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, who was not interested even a second because the finger was coming up. So that's the third wicket.
But you look at him, Carlos Brown, I just made the point, 30. Now is the time, now is the test for him. And of course, the lights of Kurt McKenzie. And here you go, he's out. He's out for 34. So I think, again, a lot of question has to be asked about what really goes on into the minds of these youngsters when they get to 20, 30, and 40, and then you wonder why they average 24 and 28. That really looked good. Looked far away from the bat for me. And that again, a batsman in their 30s and just playing a loose shot. The feet stop moving. Was standing too tall. Just not in the right position to execute that shot.
Yeah, should have played that one towards mid-on. Should have looked to play that one a little bit straighter. Fell over, lost balance, ended up missing the ball and created a massive appeal. And then the wicket, which is the most important thing for the Barbados Pride, who are now really and truly on top of this contest. Look as if they're Scorpions middle order has been a problem this season, hasn't been consistent. As I said, Romain Morris has been the only player, and you'd have to say middle-lower order because he's batting at number 7. Cumberbatch is going to be bowling to Blackwood, that's down the leg side. So I asked about the bowling changes and the plans for the Pride as to why Cumberbatch wasn't bowling or why Primus hasn't got the ball when Jordan was getting a second and third spell. See, Cumberbatch is in now and he's taken 2 wickets. Third first-class wicket, that is. Driven. Craig Brathwaite has to come around with a strong left arm. He's enjoying his cricket, Craig Brathwaite. He made 142, why not? The Scorpions, 82 for 3. At the end of 24 overs, they still trail by 38 runs. And you will hear a few words from Chris A. Gale and then followed by Kesrick Williams.
The Jamaica captain have a lot on his shoulders, a lot to think about. He himself being dropped from the test team, relieved of his vice captain's duties. Of course, now is the time, now is an opportunity for him to really make a big statement. The stage is set, the game is set for him to really come up big for his team. And of course, the battle that I was waiting for, Leroy Log against the spinner, who is bowling a consistent line and length. How will he play this?
Well, I like the fact that you mentioned that Jem Black would have a big role to play here. No one. What better stage to play it on than here now, especially in this innings? We saw Craig Brathwaite doing what he usually does in the first innings and scoring big. He has a chance now to do the same thing as skipper of the Jamaica Scorpions. So far, so good for Lug in terms of batting the spin here, Chris.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that that big shot is coming, and you think that his way of defense is to attack.
I'll be honest, he's a big unit. He loves to attack. He loves to go down the ground. Jamal Warrington is the type of bowler that keeps it really tight. Smart. Goes down the ground there, Lug. Could get 2. Easy 2. But you always, as you mentioned, you always feel like the big shot is just around the corner.
Yeah, I think you look at Log, how he operates. You look at many other. I think I think the value that they place on hitting 6 and 4s. I think they should place the same value on getting the single, getting off strike. It relieves so much pressure off you when you get off strike, and then you take a look from the non-strikers end.
It's something that we mentioned just yesterday. Myself and Foster, Kimberly Forbes as well. We were saying that in the Caribbean, we're very comfortably scoring off the bad deliveries, which we should. But what the Australians and the Indians and Englishmen and the New Zealand guys get over us is that they can score off good deliveries.
Create the opportunities, yeah?
That's the end of the over there. It's 84 for 3. So yeah, these guys score off not just bad deliveries, but good deliveries as well. So their strike rate is always a lot better than us sometimes really in ODI cricket. And what they're developing is their boundary scoring options in the T20 and T10 versions. Because what they learn to do is that they learn to bat first. It's like, that's why T20 cricket get a little bit easier for someone like Shea Hope. His strike rate wasn't the best over the years in ODI cricket, but now we're seeing a difference because he improved his boundary hitting game. So what we need to do in the Caribbean is learn to score off good deliveries, get the 1s and the 2s. And then when that bad ball comes, we do what we usually do, which is dominate the bad balls.
Agree. Totally.
And I think it's only the beginning because Kamabash is having a second innings debut where he looks like he's going to create problems here for the Scorpions. Jermaine Blackwood is going, leaving too much space between the gap. He's gone for 4. Brilliant delivery there, Chris.
Yeah, and I think how many times you'd see Jermaine Blackwood being out bowled in not just first class cricket, but international cricket. You mentioned that gap between bat and pad, playing away from his body, just getting caught on the crease. I think his defense, for me, has always been something in question. And there you go. Kamabash asking the questions at the stumps and giving a lot for the Jamaican Scorpions batsmen to think about. And
well, to be honest with you, looking at it, it looks like he came back a long way. On the line of
really no
4th or 5th stump.
Feet went nowhere.
Feet went nowhere with that space between bat and pad. A really good delivery to get rid of skipper Jermaine Blackwood. In comes Abhijay Mansingh. This is the point that I would say. We should have Romain Morris walking in now. Because he's a player in form. Give him time to spend at the crease. Not saying that Abhijay Mansingh is not capable. Very capable player. But there's a right-hander at the crease already. Sending Romain Morris, you have that left-right combination at the crease. knowing he's in form as well.
No, I think look how quickly things has changed. Three quick wickets for the Barbados Pride, and now we were having all the ambitions of probably coming back tomorrow. We'll probably be not here tomorrow based on things. But I think Abijay Mansing, Leroy Log, they have a big job to do. I think they really have to put down their hand and bat for Jamaica here.
We have never seen a 4th day here at Sabina. We would love to see a 4 day of cricket, or 4 days of cricket. It's a good delivery. But then you expect a lot more from skipper Blackwood. Ball creeping through bat and pad. You would expect a lot better from him. He's a player that's out of form, but when these things happen, you have to try to motivate these players. That one just strained down the leg side for a little bit. Abijay Mansing is off the mark.
I think I want to tap into a point that you made earlier about what deliveries you score off, and I think it comes back to, I mean, when you're defending, I think you're gonna get the good deliveries, and I think many of times you think that the batsmen in the region, that they're expecting the ball to be in a certain place, and if what happens if the ball is not in your ear, what do you do then? I think sometimes you see them getting overly surprised when a ball gets an extra bounce, jogs back a bit. You expect that because it's cricket. I think I really want to see guys a little bit tighter, a little bit more, just raising their skill set a bit more.
It's all about the transition as well. Being able to move from the white ball format to the red ball format. And I heard you mention earlier about the baseball and England.
Joe Root had to quit that, and he made 100. His strike rate was 40 something this morning.
It's all about making the transition and being able to understand your game and playing what works for you. But then you have to get your game to a level whereby you understand what you're doing and you know how to score at this level. A lot of our players here in the Caribbean, I think as soon as you decide that we're playing 4-day cricket, they put themselves in a shell or in a mindset that I just have to bat balls and not being positive. You can be positive, bat balls, and still score runs. Apart from Craig Brathwaite, we understand how he plays. This is how he plays at international cricket as well. And that's how he scores runs. Just punch down the ground. No run, but that's how he scores. So it's different. Looking at Craig Brathwaite and how he plays really show what being a test player is all about. A lot of people may say that he's very limited.
Or he's not attractive.
Or he's not an attractive player, especially at the top. But at the end of the day,
He's effective.
he's very effective in terms of scoring runs. And when he's in form, he's a lot better in terms of scoring runs. Looks more confident, sweeps the ball. He chips as well and goes down the ground. So he's that type of player because he understands his game. A man that has over 13,000 first-class runs must know how to score runs.
Yep. And he's been doing that, I think, from the age of 15, 16. I think just that appetite for big runs.
And that's the thing.
You look at Jaiswal, I think he has had three scores over 50. So I think it's that kind of appetite that we want to see, as you said, from our younger players.
And that's the point I was making. Yesterday, me and Foster was having the conversation, and we were saying that at this moment, Kevin Wickham, he can bat. We see the ability. His name is being mentioned around the Caribbean very often these days. So we know he has that ability. What he haven't mastered as yet is understanding his game fully and knowing how to score runs, how to control a game. Craig can do that because he understands his game. He can control a game. He can pace a game because he knows how to do that. For now, Kevin Wickham knows how to bat. So whenever all that knowledge comes in, oh my God, and that went shoe, bat, and pad again. Abijay Mansingh, that missed everything. The batter, the stump, and the keeper. That one trickled into the boundary for four guys.
That one looked like the arm ball went straight on with the arm there from Warwick. And as you look at it there now, flighted delivery. And yeah, just went straight on, just between that bat and pad. Good delivery. And you see, he sent some nerves here from Abijay Mansingh, a bit short and runs. I like the fact that Captain Brathwaite is on the attack. Close in feelers, he's putting that pressure on. Of course, we're ahead still.
Yes, as I was saying earlier, when you add that sort of knowledge to someone like Kevin Wickham, at this level, he will dominate. Because if he doesn't have that knowledge yet in terms of understanding his game perfectly and being able to control an innings or being able to control a session by the way he programmed his batting, with the technique and the skill that he has now, when you put that sort of knowledge into him, he would master this level. And it's to only be now about the transition into the international level.
I mean, as I hear you very well, Keswick, and I think no, you will be very more fair to tap in onto this. Alec Athens, who you probably would have seen a lot of, and I think he probably in that same category of the Kurt Mackenzies and the other young players that we need to see come through at the highest level. And I mean, you saw Alec Athens playing Test cricket, and he somewhere he finds himself to get himself out even after getting 20s and 30s. And I think just thinking while hearing that message from you, I think that message again no should be pointing also to Alec Athens.
Yeah, the thing was Alec, he's a fine player. He likes to feel ball and bat. But the thing is, I don't think he understands his game to a level yet to dominate international level. He would score runs. But understanding your game to the point that the international level whereby you can dominate, it would take some time. So as long as he can add that knowledge to his skills, what he has already, then you will see someone who can dominate international cricket. Because no doubt about it, there's a lot of skills there. We all can see that. There's a lot of skills in this young man. Kurt Mackenzie as well. He can play, he can bat. But it's just that knowledge that's lacking. Understanding your game to the point that you can control a session. And you understand your batting. That's what we're not seeing. Obviously, it will come over a time. And sometimes you look at players like the Pants, the Jaiswal, and those guys from India, and you would say at their age, 21, 22, 20, they already understand how to score
big runs
at the first class level, big runs, and they are coming into international cricket and they're scoring. And we would say, but how these guys who are around the same age understand their cricket better than us? Well, their structure is a lot better than our structure. And if you were listening over the last couple of days, myself, Kimberly Forbes, and Foster, we always make mention of what happened to the guys whenever they leave on the 19 cricket. To get into first class cricket, there's always, they get lost in the system for a couple of years.
I always think the gap is too long. I think I was very exciting to see young, I think his name is Joel Andrews. I think he made his debut.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so I think that would, for me, that was a positive. And I think that is the direction that we need to get in. I think once you sense some sort of ability, some sort of potential, because I mean, you blood them
you're
from early.
Not gonna, if you have 14 players going to the World Cup, on the 19 World Cup, those 14 players not exactly going to move straight into the first class team or playing international cricket immediately. You're not going to have that. Definitely not going to have that. But about 10 players also should be able to walk into your first class team. Not saying that they will dominate, like how Lug just dominated that one down to the long on boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's been hitting the ball hard to feelers, and he came down very hard, and that one, muscled that one really wide off mid-on for a boundary. I think Lug is that kind of player, likes to feel baton ball. He's been feeling baton ball more so in a defensive manner, sometimes in an attacking manner, but I think the bowling has been good. Nevertheless, from Shaquille attacking the stump and asking questions, and Lug has to be playing every deliveries. I think that will test him over time. How long can he sustain this for?
As you were saying, Chris, that out of those 14 players, at least 10 of those players should be able or should be good enough to make it onto the first class level. As you see another end of an over there.
And that's why I'm a big fan
Scores
of
93 for 4.
that's why I'm a big fan of the West Indies Academy. It's really good to see players having that avenue to express their skills, correction.
It's all about building proper structures. Like, for example, Trinidad and Tobago have an under 23 tournament that they play. So it's about bridging the gap, finding new ways, new strategies, build structures. You need some proper structures so that these under 19 players wouldn't get lost in the system for too long. And it do happen every single year. You see guys playing on the 19 tournament, well, not every year, but every time the World Cup is being played at the under 19 level. After that, you find a lot of players lost in the system. But now with the implementation of the CCC and West Indies Academy, most of those players, you're seeing them, you're seeing their growth. So that is definitely something that we should continue to develop.
Yeah, we should look to sustain it. Many times we have start things and stop, and I think for the sake of West Indies cricket generally, the CCC, West Indies Academy, I'm hoping that they're here to stay.
I'm definitely hoping so.
And I think rightly so, we see here Captain Brathwaite really applying real pressure on Mansing.
Finding the edge again, Jamel Warwican. Haven't picked up a wicket yet, but just 19 runs. He's operating in his 12th over. Just happy to see Kevin Wickham in this team. Still a lot of players who are not here today that could be playing for Barbados still. So those players missing give players like Kevin Wickham the chance. Even Shane Mosley. Because you would like to think if a player like Roston Chase, Shea Hope, and these guys were available, they would definitely be in the setup. That's the end of another Jamel Walken over. Tight one again. So that's his 12th over now, just 19 runs. And that is T. So at the end of another session, but Barbados Pride really dominated this session, picking up a few wickets. The score is 93 for 4. Carlos Brown and Mackenzie, the top scorers there for the Jamaica Scorpions. So they have a lot of work to do here. Lug and Mansing when they come out after tea to battle here against the Pride here at the Sabina Park in the 4-day championship. This is the 3rd day, and let's see how they will continue after this tea break.
So welcome back to Sabina Park. And the Scorpions, they're in a spot of bother. They are 93 for 4. And they're in danger of really tumbling over here in this third round match in the West Indies Championship. This is round 3. Barbados Pride. Outside of that first session on day 1, where the Scorpions went to lunch at 72 for 1, the Pride have bossed the game ever since. And they have a lead of 27 now. That was given to them by an outstanding 31st first-class century from Craig Brathwaite. 142. 389 made by the Pride in response to 269 made by the Scorpions. And now the Scorpions in their second innings. Would you say reeling? At 93 for 4, all the talk has been that the pitch is flat. And it's not easy to take wickets. You saw that when the Barbados Pride team batted. You're just not seeing that when the Jamaica Scorpions team is in there.
Well, it's all about
phase.
application, Foster. Applying yourself at the crease. We saw that a lot from the Prides. I mean, it was a hard way to go. Chadwick Walton losing his wicket early. Still think that one was there's a little bit of question mark behind that one, but at the end of the day, umpire decision is final. And I try not to step on anyone's toes. If that's the right thing to say, Foster. As I said, you're very good with words. You need to help me out.
It's going to be Jair McAllister to Leroy Lugg. He's working that forward of square. That's positive. In terms of the running, he's going to get 2. Takes the score to 95 for 4 into the 30th over. And so Scorpions, they must get to 120 first. And it would be calamitous if they're not able to overhaul this total, which you think they will. It's just how many are they going to get to really put pressure on the Barbados Pride team. And by the way, there's a change behind the stumps for the Barbados Pride. Zachary McCaskey is keeping. Shane Dorrich is off the field. As we said, he was struggling with a wrist injury after a hit on the first day.
Straighter lines being operated here from Jay McAllister. Good start to his second spell. Well, the main thing here for the Scorpion is not to get bowled out today. I would like to think if they bat up to the close of play, it would give them some lead. Maybe a lead over 50 or so, and then they can come back tomorrow and then they can try to pile on some runs. Anything under 200, I think, would be a bit too easy for Barbados because of the nature of the wicket.
That's tickled, and that's going to be 4. No matter how fine leg is, he was never going to get that. Badly lined again from McAllister. He's a bowled a very good delivery to get rid of Chadwick Walton. But outside of that, he has been wayward. It's now 99 for 4, Scorpions. And Lugg is up to 14.
Right on.
Not seeing many partnerships, not many impactful innings. The first wicket fell at 9, then there was a 61-run second wicket partnership between Mackenzie and Carlos Brown. It's going way down the leg side. So the second wicket fell at 70. And then the third one went at 82, which was and then the fourth wicket went at 84. Down the leg side again from McAllister. And that completes the first over. After tea, it's 99 for the loss of 4, which means the Scorpions trail by 21 runs. And Leroy Lugg is on 14. Abhijay Mansingh is going to take strike from
really
Jamel Warrican.
Not really surprised. Who has the ball in hand? Probably might see this for the entire evening. This is the power that the Barbados Pride have over the Scorpions, is that the Barbados Pride do have someone that can restrict scoring, someone that can plug it in. So you would have to try to score as much runs from the bowlers coming from the Michael holding end, because Jamel Warrican will not give much runs away. So you'll have to try to take your chances off the bowlers that's coming from the Michael holding end.
Hits him in front, and Jackie Williams says no.
Always going down, I think. I think it's a good decision. Coming from wide again, even wider.
Yeah, that's missing. Good decision again from Williams.
Looking at his front foot, where he delivered that one from. Go from very wide off the crease. When he's pitching on leg stump as well. So that's a good decision.
Chips it, one bounce to mid-on. He's getting anxious here.
I'm wondering, what do you think is the mindset now coming out after tea for both batters?
I think the first thing is that they're trying to erase the deficit. That's the first thing. I don't think they're under any illusions as to how the game is at the moment, that they have been backed into a corner.
Well, Barbados is in full control. It's clear. You can see it. But it's only the approach so far that I'm wondering how they're going about it. That's another end of a Jamel Warrican over. Keeping it tight as usual. He's one of those bowlers that he would weigh you down as well, just like how Craig Brathwaite will weigh you down with the bat. He would weigh you down with the ball because he doesn't give much away. So from the other end, whoever is bowling from the other end, they would try to get the bulk of the runs from the other end. J. McAllister already gone for 39, just 5 overs. Something way different than what we saw in the first innings.
And McCuskey skipped around to his left, but he can't stop that single for Leroy Lugg, who is up to 15. And it's 100 now up for the Scorpions. And they trailed by 20 runs. Very different, as you said, from McAllister in terms of what he has done so far.
From what we saw in the first innings.
Yeah.
So I know we had that discussion probably the last game against when Jamaica played CCC, when we decided that a lot of coaches change a lot of players, or they change players a bit too much. In this case with Jerry McAllister, in terms of alignment, we know that he has the pace. So that's the asset already. Me looking at Jerry McAllister, I'm looking at his run-up. Still needs a lot of work. Hands all over. Still surprised that a coach in Barbados haven't really put their hands on him yet to try to get him more aligned in terms of his run-up and going through the crease, getting that momentum going forward. Because he sort of stopped after delivery. If he can get that momentum after delivery where he runs straight down the wicket, he sort of stops himself. That in itself can cut a bit of speed. You need to go down the ground, get the energy going forward. So his energy is not really going forward. He's sort of stopping himself after delivering the ball. Just a few things that he just needs to work on. There you see it, stopping himself.
And I was about to say, if he can lengthen that run up so he can get more momentum coming to the crease, which would then facilitate him having more to use when he gets off out of his bowling stride.
I can remember going to do a course, and in Australia they have this thing that they call talent identity program, whereby they would look at young athletes and they can tell what sport they may be good at. And when they do, like for example, let's just say this young kid is good at, they probably might say he's good at cricket. He would be good at cricket because of probably long limbs, strong build, good legs, and they say he's good at cricket. What they would do to get him a proper run-up, measure how long his legs are, and then they would use that measurement to decide how long his run-up should be to get him to the crease so that he can accelerate and put in that right energy at the right time.
Yeah. I just think he's obviously new to this level of cricket. He hasn't played a lot of matches.
That's where the technology have gone in places like Australia and stuff like that. That's the end of the over. End of another Jerry McAllister over.
Still a young player, by the way. McAllister is 27.
Still very young at this level.
Yeah. This is his 12th first-class game. Prior to this match, he had 38 wickets. And he took 3 wickets in the first innings. And he has 1 here. She's up to 42. But many were asking about his involvement in the game before, in the tournament before, sorry. Because this is his first game of the season. Didn't play at Chedwin Park, didn't play at Kensington Cricket Club, or Kensington Park, if you please. So he was basically unleashed on the Jamaica Scorpions. I think this is going to be a fascinating encounter between Warwickon and Lug. A silly point and a short leg is in place. There's a long off and a long on. Short mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket. There's no one behind square either side of the wicket. And there's a cover. Advances. And it's coming towards us. And it goes all the way for 6. I told you, he's not going to hang about with Warwickon.
Well, Jamel Warwickon did say he never saw him hit a 6, and I'm... You just saw it, Jamel. And it's a big one, too. So you just saw it. Now you know what luck can do.
That was almost on the roof. That was a massive blow from Lug. He's a powerful player.
Well played. Smart.
Took that one from outside the off stump. What they say, one swallow doesn't make a summer. So 1-6 won't change much. I think the Pride know that Lug is always going to be attacking them. It's just shot selections. Sweep shot from Mansing. That was dangerous. He got the inner half of the bat. And it's going close to the boundary. It's going to be 4, I think. Yes, it is signaled now by umpire Jackie Williams. Fortuitous there for Abhijay Mansing. It's going across the line. A dangerous shot. Yeah, got the toe end off the bat. That would have been curtains had he missed it. But the Scorpions get runs. They don't mind how they come now. They're 111 for 4.
It's down to 9. Would be really good to see Lug getting into his own here and really score some runs to put his team in a better position. Shane Dorridge is back on the field.
Kevin Wickham is leaving the field for a moment. Shemar Holder, who dropped a chance of Kurt McKenzie earlier, is back on. Cost them a few runs. Hasn't been detrimental. McKenzie's in the pavilion now. But Lug is there at the crease with Mansing. I was going to ask some more questions about McAllister as well, in terms of his bowling.
Sure. Go right ahead.
You mentioned his follow-through and getting enough momentum through the crease. Also, where he delivers and how he ends up when he delivers the ball is also of concern to me. And you can see it whenever he bowls to the right-handers. Most of his deliveries tend to go wayward, ending up down the leg side. That was quick and short and fast. And Lug had to get out of the way. Really leapt off a length.
I had a training session a couple of times with Otis Gibson, former West Indies head coach, around the time when Darren Sammy was skipper. I think West Indies had a training camp at the University of the West Indies at the Cable campus. And you have some simpler ways to correct alignment. That's a quick single. This could be problems.
How is that?
Is he in safe?
Yeah, he
Yes,
is.
he is.
Yeah.
Good running log. You're showing that you're from Jamaica. Good speed. But yeah, he showed me the simplest way you can correct alignment when you're a fast bowler who's running up and your body is all over the place. He runs a line from the fourth stump down to your bowling mark. And then you run onto that line. So you run on the line, on the right side or on the left side of the line. And your follow through should be going down on the line. So in that sense, he's not really doing too bad in terms of going down on the line. So let's just say he's operating from outside the line. He's not really doing too bad in terms of his alignment going down the line. He's not really doing too bad there. My concern is him stopping himself after the delivery. That I think he can work on to get that full flow, that good flow through the crease. There you see it, stopping himself, slowing down. So his alignment is not really bad in terms of after the delivery. What I'm just concerned about is after delivery, he sort of stopped himself.
Almost as if he's...
So if he can flow through a bit more, that will only give him more energy going forward. And a way that he can correct that is just doing shuttles, short sprints. 20-meter sprint and just sprint straight through. No stopping. Even after he passed that 20-meter line, don't stop, just go straight through for a bit. And just continue that repetition. Something that can help his alignment as well as doing athletics training.
I was about to ask what would be the
Doing
requirement?
athletics training, being able to get your hands going forward, up and down.
Similar to a sprinter.
Similar to a
So
sprinter.
you have those knees pumping upwards as well.
So the coordination would be better. Right now, his coordination needs to improve. Not saying that everybody would be the same. But at the start, they call that the door frame. Dale Steyn had the door frame as well. That's basically the elbows are out.
Yeah.
What he needs to do now is to get in the door frame. So basically, hands should be tucked in
Tucked
instead
in
of
a bit more, yeah.
what happens with that. As I said, everybody's not the same. Everybody have the different style. You don't want to change someone too much. But running down inside that corridor sort of get you more upright. Going forward, you would definitely get more energy. That sort of energy that you want, that kinetic energy going forward. Because that's what we use as fast bowlers, kinetic energy. Energy that you use presently. So that's what he needs going forward. Because he has the pace, that's an asset already. As long as you have that as a fast bowler, just need to add bits and pieces to get you to that level.
Well, the difference is Warrican is a spinner. Still needs energy when you're bowling spin. Need to so you can twist off those toes. That's close for a cut though from Mansingh. Dangerous.
I was asked a question a couple of days ago. How can a fast bowler develop speed? And they were like, can a fast bowler develop speed? And I said, yeah, they can. But some guys, it's either you have it or you don't. But some guys, you can develop speed. This could be close.
looks like bat and pad. Had it not been, that looked pretty straight. I'm going to have another look at it. Yeah, it was clearly bat and pad. Had it not been, he would have been in trouble.
I actually went to a fast bowling camp before. That same fast bowling camp that Shema Holder was at in England. He did some work with Shabash Chadri. Has that fast bowling camp called, I think Timur Mills works with him as well, works very close with him.
Who's the England fast bowler?
Who's an England fast bowler, plays a lot of league cricket around the world. And he works very closely with Mitchell Johnson. I forget the name of the Mitchell Johnson partner, because I think they have an app called Bowl Fit. So you can develop plays, but you can develop plays, but it's just some little bits and pieces that you just have to get right to develop it and do it over a period of time, and then there's fitness. Because McAllister, he has pace, but then you always have to think about when fatigue creeps in, how fit he is. Can he bowl that pace for a sustained period?
By the way, Akeem Jordan is back into the attack. That's a single for Leroy Lugg. Takes him up to 24.
And every time you talk about pace and being able to maintain that, I'm sure him being in Guyana now, he's sneezing every single second because his name has to be mentioned every time you talk about fast bowling and being in the Caribbean. He brought back that joy into fast bowling in the Caribbean. Saw him bowl 10 overs, everything over 141 Ks. Something that we haven't seen in a long while here in the Caribbean. So it's very exciting. But then there's Jay McAllister on show today. In this game, OJ Shields is on show. Jaden Seals over there in Trinidad. So we have something to look forward to. Just wondering if you can handle that kind of pace, Foster. Would like to see you.
I can handle Akeem Jordan's pace.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
You just killed the conversation there.
That's just about it. Not
I
McAllister's
feel
pace.
he will hit you off stump. He can bowl that in swinger to hit you off stump. We were talking about pace, not swing bowling.
Okay.
But I'm thinking that he can out you for sure with a nice in swinger.
No.
Okay.
He's bowling in swingers now to Mansingh, by the way. Not really been penetrative. But it's what brings joy to Caribbean fans and cricket lovers in the region. Just having a genuine fast bowling attack, or even a couple of genuine fast bowlers who you can actually bank on to just give you excitement. And when you have quality fast bowling, your frail batting, as much as it will be exposed, you still believe that you're in a game if you have something to work with.
Well, Kemar Roach is still around, and he's actually from Barbados. Pretty sure they're probably giving him a little bit of a rest into this game or into the first class season. I'm pretty sure that he will come in and play for this team at some point. But with him around, you would expect that a lot of knowledge would be shared from him to the younger fast bowlers. Have Jordan on show, McAllister, Shema Holder is one that is very exciting as well. Actually got his contract upgraded to an international contract, him and Shema Joseph.
I think it's the other way around. I think he was upgraded to Regional contract.
Regional contract.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shamar Joseph's contract is a international log. It's gonna go aerial. There's Primus. There's a chance. He settles and drops it. Unbelievable. That is mind-blowing. It was in the air forever. And that's a poor shot, by the way, by Leroy Log. Don't forget that.
It's a poor
Primus
shot,
had
but
to do better. Yeah.
it's a poor shot, but poor execution on the boundary from Russian Primus is not something that you would expect from him. Big hands. It's the first time I've ever seen him drop a catch, to be honest. I need to take the tape.
Mansingh drives up to Wickham. We've seen another one like that because in the first innings there was something similar to Shane Mosley at deep backward square.
Let's hope it's not a Bajan thing.
And I still don't understand the shot. He was not close enough to the ball to hit it.
That just took the edge off the bat, actually.
And he was trying to go over mid-on instead of down the ground where he got the previous 6. Mansingh goes for a big swing. It loops off the outer half of the bat. The Scorpions are under pressure here, and the shot suggests that they get 2 runs, streaky runs.
I don't know if they think that we're fed up of seeing Sabina and they want to finish the game today. But I actually like it here. It's a beautiful place to be. The view is remarkable from where I'm sitting.
Just strange.
A lot more awareness need to be put into this game from the Scorpions. A lot more.
Indeed. And then there's the shot from Mansingh just now. Log played a shot that was erratic. He also tried to overcomplicate another shot. The partnership is 33, by the way. He goes for another one. This time, he measures that one to precision and has enough power to take it over the boundary for 6. And the Scorpions there in front.
Safer option as well. Gets himself 6 runs.
I must add that it's dangerous because he's going against the spin, but it was a little bit fuller. So he was able to get under it much easier and takes the score up to 123 for 4, the Scorpions.
Akim Jordan is back. Also, Chris Gale is back. Hi, Doc and Stormy.
Compliments, thank you. That's a hat I will proudly wear. I wish.
Definitely, who won't? He used to play cricket as well.
Yeah, play cricket. I played for Manchester Parish, Manchester High School. With I won't call him by that name. I will wait on his go ahead to tell you the nickname. But yeah, then I went to UE.
Is that our good friend?
Good
here?
friend Foster. We'll call
Mr.
him Foster for now.
Actually, I'm gonna spill the beans. His nickname is Mr. Grimm. I'm gonna tell the people. I'm gonna spill the beans on you, Foster. You didn't want to tell me, but I dug deep for my information. Usually, what I do, I always dig deep. Try to get my information so that whenever I say it, I'm saying it with conviction. Yes, people.
Yeah,
Our good commentator over the last 3 weeks, his nickname is Mr. Grimm. Really well played down the ground. No one at mid-off. Abijay Mansingh just... No invitation needed for that one. It's really well played. Jamel Warrican will just have to retrieve that. No chance. Really well played there, Chris.
Yep, nice shot. And to my surprise, I mean, the fielder was pretty much in no man's land. and taking that opportunity. Well, is Mansing. I mean, you would have known Paul Palmer, right? When Paul Palmer would have
Played a
played
lot
for
of
you,
cricket. Played for
you,
CCC
yeah,
as well.
played for you as well.
Very good guy.
Yeah,
He left now. He lives in Delaware. Captain Jamaica last year as well.
playing in the minor league. He's a Palmer. Who in recent times before he left was having some success with the bat.
Yeah, plays for Baltimore Royals over there in the minor league in America. Teams from Washington DC.
Yeah, I
So-
used to be. I used to play in. I think I used to play in New York, Boston, right around the US, and I think it's a question that I will ask. What are your prospects of cricket in the US? Because I mean, as we see Mansing pushing that one into the offside, and we're looking for a third. We'll just settle for two. Moves the total to 130. And it's important to know that Jamaica Scorpions is, of course, now in the lead. 8 runs in the leads, 6 wickets in hand, log, and Mansing would have gotten a sight. But just going back to the point of cricket in the US, of course, it's important to something to talk about with the World Cup coming and the Caribbean sharing cricket.
Yeah, it's very good.
yeah.
I'm being honest with you, Chris. I've played a few cricket myself in the US. I went over there, played a couple leagues because they have so much leagues around the US now. In Texas, Washington, Miami,
New York,
New York,
Washington, yeah.
Arkansas, California,
Atlanta.
so many leagues around in the US, and the thing is they only last for like about 5 days or so. Well, that over just finished. Akeem Jordan finishes his over. The score is 130 for 4. And yeah, I had the chance to do some training at the facilities that they have there in North Carolina. That's where Morrisville Raptors is based. Baltimore Royals is based in Washington. So I've played a few cricket around the US, and I've gone to the facilities and do some training. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the facilities that I've seen in America, I haven't seen a facility like that here in the Caribbean as yet. And with the kind of money that they're putting into the cricket would only get better. And then with so much players migrating from South Africa, Sri Lanka, New Zealand as well, to come to the US, they can only get better. Because all these players in the US have been exposed to quality players and their knowledge and what they have done at the international level. Because you have Liam Plunkett, who's a World Cup winner, now resides in the US. Corey Anderson as well. So they would only get better as luck. That one was a bit too short. Tucks that one down to square leg. Jay McAllister doing cheers. Only would get 2. But their cricket can only get better, Chris.
Yeah, I agree. I think the capital that is invested in them, the Indians and the Pakistan, whole diaspora of Pakistan, West Indians and Indians, I think I'm expecting great things from them. You saw glimpses. They were very excited about their hopes. As Logs is much more excited about the hopes of hoisting this one into the stands. Beautiful shot from Leroy Log. And the Jamaica Scorpions now looking to build on this very meager league they have so far. As you look at that one, that's a nice shot from Log.
It's bigger. Mamat. Log showing his power, as you expected from Leroy Log. The LL show. Fakes that one and punches that one out too long off. Smart. It's the 3rd time now that he has gone big down the ground, and then the next ball he looks to get a single, get off strike.
Yeah, it's a keen battle so far. I think with every runs now scored, I think Primus will be feeling that. because putting down that catch a couple of overs ago, he'll be really much regretting that. And that's left now to be seen. How costly would a chance like that be, especially Log? Expecting this to be a very good contest, the Warwick and Log contest.
Well, it's been a lot of chirping around between both guys. As Mansing latched on to that one, full delivery, and gets the treatment.
It's a full toss and deserved to hit vacant square leg region, as there was most of the fielders was around the bat applying the pressure on Mansing. But I think with no that bad delivery, just giving them the opportunity, Mansing, to break the shackles a bit. And for the last couple of overs, you'd say probably Barbados losing the plot a bit, giving away a few runs. Let's see what changes will Craig Brathwaite make. Warwick on 52 runs coming from his 17 overs. Jamaica Scorpions now 143 for 4. Leroy Log 34 from 44 and Mansing 24 from 53. This is an important partnership.
Thanks.
Just over 3.5 runs per over the Jamaica Scorpions scoring at.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Well, Leroy Lug has a start already. He's 35. Mansing on 24. With a lead of 23. My thing now is how they finish the day's play. Both batters can take it to the end or should take it to the end. I'd come back tomorrow and then build on that. Because the way how the game is going, surely would be a winner in this.
Yeah, definitely should have a result. As to which way it goes, we're not sure yet. I think at this stage, definitely Barbados. You think you'd rather be in the Barbados camp than the German Blackwood camp now?
Well, the way the commentary box is situated, I think they have us more in the Barbados camp. I don't know why we should be in the middle. Are they trying to say something to us, Chris? I don't know. We should be more in the middle. We're more drifted towards the Barbados campsite. I just hope that the producer don't get me into any problems here, because I find I'm very close to the Barbados dugout.
We're gonna ask Foster to do some
We need
surveying
to-
work for us.
We need to be in the center, producer. Come on. Can't get us in any trouble. We're in Jamaica as well.
Boundaries matter. So far, this has been good from Mansing and Lug. Have to give Mansing credit. I think he's had his moments where he has looked a bit nervous, just a little bit edgy, but he has stuck in there. Is Mansing putting a high value on his wicket?
Well, he needs to score runs. The bright side about being in this position now, in terms of Scorpion, is that Romain Morris is still in the hut. If both batters can bat through the day, well, I'm sure I wouldn't really give a commentator's curse. That's really Foster's job. It is commentator's curse whenever he say things like this. Yeah, every time Foster say these things, a wicket fall, even in another country. I don't know why, but he has a thing for making things happen. So I know I wouldn't put any commentator's curse on any of these batters. But if they can bat through the day, finish it well, I guarantee that the lead would be up to about
120.
I was thinking about 90, 80, 90 between there. And then tomorrow, their approach would decide who is going to win this game. Because then you have Romain Morris that can come and score quick runs. So it's about being brave, as we would say in the Caribbean, have some belly if you're going to decide to go out tomorrow and score runs, probably making over 200 or so.
Make things interesting on the final day.
It would make things a lot more interesting on the final day. But they have to try to get to the end. Because getting to the end of day's play, both batters, will make them feel like they claw back something into their hands. And with Lug at the crease, we know what he can do. He can score fast, and he's just getting better. Yes, he had a drop chance, but we saw a lot of that in the first innings.
It's important that he puts that behind him. Now he's into the 30s, and I think we'll now refer to the 30s as the dreaded 30s, because this is where we see so many batsmen losing their wicket. Have to push on. So is Mansingh. Jamel Warrican, expect him to do a lot of bowling in this innings. He's yet to get a wicket, is Warrican. He's been asking the questions. Not really the biggest turn off the ball, but his length and line has been good. Scorpions lead by 25. That one went straight on, kept a bit low, but Mansingh was equal to the task. So I think that in itself shows that Mansingh has seen it well and is determined to go to the end here and put Jamaica in a good position before the day's play.
Well, he's due some runs.
Definitely.
Batting at number 6, you haven't really given the Scorpions what they need, but that's the end of another Jamel Warrican's over.
And you made a mention, I was pretty much surprised. I think in the first innings when I saw him, I was surprised that he was batting before Morris for me. I think Morris has shown to me that he's very positive and he's one of the ball players, as you mentioned earlier.
I think
really
he's
batting
very
well.
capable, and I think he's one that can bat anywhere between 4 to 7 or so. He looks like a player that's very flexible.
I think one thing, as we mentioned on a wicket keeper, I think one thing that I've been very impressed with West Indies cricket, Sir Williams, probably in the last, you'd say, 10 years, is the quality of our wicket keepers from a batting perspective.
Haven't really got that Adam Gilchrist kind of wicket-keeper batsman that we've probably been searching for over the years.
Yeah. But you look at the likes of Shy Hope. I mean, Shane Dorridge, even before he got injured, he was scoring runs. I mean, you really don't associate West Indies batsmen as it relates to wicket keepers to be very decorated, really, from a runs production perspective. But I think of late we have seen glimpses of that at the international level.
It's a quick one from Lug, looking like he's gaining a bit of momentum, picking his feelers as well. But yeah, rightly so. We have been always looking for that Adam Gilchrist type of wicket-keeping batsman, and we found that a little bit in, well, a lot in Shy Hope. Dorridge did well around this time. And I think that given the circumstances and given what he has done so far, he's now the captain of Trinidad 4-day team in the silver. Looks a capable guy.
Yep, big fan of him. Looks to have a very good head on his shoulder. Is Joshua De Silva.
looking at Joshua De Silva now, I'm wondering who we have coming up that can really give him that challenge of position in the team. So
looking at the stats, really, you look Shane Dodge before he had left 35 matches, just over 1,500 runs, an average of 30, which I mean most West Indies players
that's normally
that's normally where we're averaging. No, you go back and you mentioned Joshua De Silva, 26 matches, also on average 26,
I
one
think
century.
also a lot of guys come from overseas to play probably in CPL or just look at the batters we have here in the Caribbean, and then they would wonder why our averages are so low. But then we don't really have enough cricket, and that one just guided down to the third man boundary. It was in the air for a while, but McCuskey, good effort, but didn't really get a hand to it. But yeah, I don't think we play enough cricket. Because when you look at a guy from England playing county cricket, if he plays county cricket for 5 years, at the end of that 5-year span, he probably would play over probably 30 games or 45 games. There's no way you can get up to 45 games in 5 years in first class cricket in the Caribbean.
Good point.
Because the thing is that if you play the first game, because it's only sometimes 5 years, I'm so happy that Cricket West Indies implemented CCC and the West Indies Academy into the 40 Championship, which is more games.
Yep.
So when you had like just 5 games, a guy played the first game, didn't do so well, you give him another chance in the second game, didn't really score much, and then you drop him. That's him for the season.
And the same can be added to your point as it relates to international cricket, because I think now that you realize that international cricket is a bit top heavy, where you have the likes of Australia and India playing 4 or 5 test matches. When you look at the West Indies and Afghanistan and Bangladesh, they play a 1-off test or a 2 test, and that's it, and they go off for a big break. And then you ask the question, why is test cricket dead? But from an administrative point, I think that the ICC has the power and they has the responsibility to put back test cricket on the forefront for teams such as the West Indies, the Bangladesh. It can't be that you'll be only having the big nations playing Ashes of 5.
Well, I like that point. I really like that point. But before we go to that, we're having a drinks break now. The guys are refreshing themselves. And we'll be back right after the drinks break to have the same conversation that I was having with Chris on the topic of the amount of games that we're playing here in the Caribbean, and also the amount of games that West Indies play around the world in terms of test cricket. We'll be right back here at Sabina Park after this short drinks break.
So the refreshments was on, and now two substitute fielders strutting back to the pavilion, and the action is ready to start back here at Sabina Park. Jamaica Scorpions lead by 30 runs. The batsman at the crease, Abijay Mansing, 25 from 64 deliveries. Leroy Log, 41 from 51. He has played it well so far. His Log is given a chance, and Primus would be kicking himself. And of course, it looks to be Primus himself who is going to take up the attack from the Courtney Walsh end. He's Primus, that's the end he's going to be operating from. Of course, the batsman dismissed Chadwick Walton and Kurt McKenzie, Carlos Brown, and the captain Jermaine Blackwood, the last batsman to be dismissed. And Primus now to start a new spell. And turning that one on the onside is a Log. Now moves him to 42. And of course, Jamaica now will be definitely looking to see how far they can press this lead onto. A lot of batting needs to be done by these two, and of course they have batting to come. Romain Morris, the top scorer in the last game. Pete Salmon can bat, and Durval Green can bat, can handle themselves all. They will fancy themselves as all-rounders. They will have a job to be done. And no ball there from Primus, who of course is in his first over. As we welcome back the man himself, Keswick Williams.
Always a pleasure to be back. Didn't really go far. Just went for, as the English men will say, I went for a cup of tea. But I'm back now. Not forgetting that conversation that we were having though.
Oh, definitely not.
About the amount of games that we play here in the Caribbean at the first class level, and then that somewhat the same thing that happened to us at the international level. It's Foster. Me and Foster had a conversation, and we were saying it's very unfair for West Indies to be only playing sometimes 6, 7 test matches a year, while other international teams like the Australias, the Indias, the England, the New Zealand play over 13 test matches.
Yeah, especially when you have a test championship ranking system.
The thing is, to get better, you have to play more. That's the only how you're going to improve. That's the only how you're going to understand the game. That's why I made mention earlier in regards to Kevin Wickham. The fact that he's here now is good. As I said, I don't think that he understands how wild slug across the line. That one's going down though. I don't think he understands how to construct an innings or understand his game well enough to control certain session, like how Craig Brathwaite can control a session and let the game come down to his pace. I don't think he has that yet. But the fact that he's scoring runs now, it shows that he has some ability to score runs. So when you bring that knowledge into him, and the only how he's going to gain knowledge and gain experience is by playing. So when you have that being embedded in him, he's going to be a fantastic player in the future. You can see it already. Not because his name is really being called around the Caribbean as the next big thing in West Indies cricket, but the fact that he's scoring runs now and still not yet fully understand what it's like or what it takes to score runs at this level or even at the international level. So you give him enough chance at this level. So whenever he's ready to make that transition, Sean Primus can't believe that one, just thinking it was a catch, thinking that Jay McAllister could have done a lot better, letting it drop one bounce in front of him. But it's the end of the over, singler to end the over. A lot of shouts and players being angry in that last ball, but it's the end of the over. Score is 153 for 4.
As you talk about control and run scoring and understanding the process, I'm hoping that Leroy Lugg understand the context of the game and really and surely know that Jamaica is really just 34 runs ahead, because I think before that shot, Mansing would have run down to him, had a word with him, just probably tell him to settle down a bit, and probably also tell him that, hey, there is two feelers down on that deep backward square leg region, one at deep backward square leg, one at fine leg. Be mindful of that short delivery and playing that hook shot. This will be a real test of character for the Jamaica Scorpion batsman.
He's back and immediately shouts of LBW.
Shaquille has bowled really well. I think he has really made a very, very good debut here. Impressing straight away. 3 for 13 from his 6 overs. Making a impact right away is Shaquille.
Not really a bad debut so far. Picked up a wicket in the first innings. Now he's 3 for 13 off 5.2 overs or so.
Yep, he was not out earlier also. I think he'll be very
6.
happy. And I was also hearing the story of how he will make his introduction into Barbados cricket. It's always nice to hear these stories. I mean, we're just fresh off a story from Shamar Joseph, so to hear his story as moving from groundsman to now being a part of the Barbados Pride, it's a good story to hear.
Yeah, been around for a while. Always been there doing net bowling with the guys. Finally get a nod to get into the trials and did a fantastic job. Throughout the trials, he was known as Mr. Consistent. First innings, he really didn't pick up a lot of wickets, but we could have seen what the coaches were really talking about. This is some good work.
I think Lug was a bit slow there to react to the call of Mansing. Probably was ball watching a bit. We'd love to see that again. His ball was played into that backward square leg region.
That's something that he would really associate with Jamaicans running slow.
Yeah.
But Lug is a big unit,
I was just about to add.
so he would be a little bit slow. Not short on power though. Hits them a long way. We saw that earlier. Jamel Warrigan challenged him and he accepted. Even when he defends, you could see the amount of power.
You look at the grip also, just how he holds the bat, the tension in those forearms, showing you that that is why so many of the deliveries When he tries to overhit it, it goes into that mid-wicket region, that mid-on region. Because I
Strong
mean,
bottom
so
hand.
strong bottom hand, yes, instead of that top hand dominating the shot. And exactly what I spoke about there, Keswick, and the finger goes up. That strong bottom
We
hand.
need to look at this again.
Yeah. And
There's
Craig
a lot
Brathwaite
of
set
arguments
himself
here.
just at that position as we were talking about it. Yep. Exactly what I was speaking of. Strong bottom hand, going too hard at the ball, and I'm not sure what Leroy Lugg was gesticulating
I'm not
to the
sure.
umpire.
Well, he's gone. He's gone for 43. The score is 156 for 4, but looking at the replay again, I'm not really sure what he was trying to...
That's definitely out.
I'm sure what he's trying to say. I really want to see it really slower because he's showing that it hit the ground first. That's what he's showing, but we're not seeing that from here. Really want to slow it down. Technology help us here. We have the use of it, so it's clearly a catch. I'm not seeing it hitting the ground in any way. But it was hit with some power as well. And here, at 360, we have good cameras.
Excellent camera work.
The producer would show us this again. The director, sorry, would show us this again because we want to make it clear that it wasn't a boom ball. It wasn't hit on the ground. Not too sure what he's... I really want to see it again because I'm confused. And with me being confused, I think I'll take my confusion and my stress outside the com box, and I would allow my good friend Mr. Foster to come in and try to help out the viewers as to what's going on here.
As we look at this again, Leroy Lugg, it's a close up.
Yeah. He was signaling to the umpire that he hit it in the ground, but obviously he didn't know how well he hit it.
Yeah, but I was just making that point of how strong that bottom hand is, Jerome Foster, and him not using that top hand, trying to hit the ball too hard, and generally the ball goes into that mid-wicket region. I think that Craig Brathwaite was very much alert to what's happening and how Leroy Lugg is playing, and him trying to hit the ball too hard, and more than likely to get that inner portion of the bat and going into that mid-wicket region. He positioned himself nicely there, short in, and took a very sharp catch. Very good captaincy from Craig Brathwaite.
I agree. The pitch is not the fastest, so you have to find ways and means with unorthodox fields. It's obvious that the Pride, they're bowling straight. No, they're bowling straighter lines. I wouldn't say reverse swinging for Primus, but it's slanting towards the stumps. He has a low sling action as well. This is only his second over, and they're bowling their 45th, which is another strange move. 156 for 5, the Scorpions. Technically, they're 36 for 5. Mansingh drives off the outer half of the bat. It's going to go very, very close to the boundary. The man at point does the fielding. Takes the score up to 158 for 5. 2 more runs added to Mansingh's total. He's up to 29 from 72. But I would want to take a look at the catch again, because outside of the fact that Lugg was protesting that the ball possibly went into the ground, I was looking at something else. That was a very sharp catch. tickled fine. The man at fine leg is very fine. So only one. Just look at how quickly, I think it's Jonathan Drakes. Yeah, who is feeling at that short mid-on position.
Thanks for the correction. I thought it was Brathwaite earlier.
Yeah. Was
Good
hit
catch.
hard. Came to him pretty quickly. And those celebrations or those moments is a suggestion that he's surprised that the ball actually stuck in his hands. Was hit hard. Romain Morris, by the way, is the new man at the crease. Made 97 in the first innings. You don't normally hear an opposition coach saying that someone deserved 100 and should have gotten 100 based on how they played against his team. Vosbury Drakes was saying that Morris really and truly deserved 100. I was a little bit critical of the lack of application shown by O.J. Shields. That he should have been a little bit more aware and done more to block the ball rather than try a big shot. But that's in the past. What's in the present is that the Scorpions are in trouble. They need runs, and they need a lot of runs. They're only 39 in front. Short delivery from Primus, and he gets out of the way to complete the over at 159.45. What do you think is a competitive total to defend in the fourth innings?
Well, from here on, and what we have on our plate now, Jamaica 159 for 5, lead by 39. Mansing Morris at the crease. I think they'll be hoping to get to that 180 mark to be competitive. I mean, they'll be thinking that if they get to that 180 mark and they can, it could really cause some problem on the last day for Barbados. Of course, a lot. Anything of a substantial score will mean a lot will be dependent on the shoulders of a Kirk Brathwaite to dig in, based on what we have seen from the Barbados batting so far. But I think 180 on the final day should be competitive.
It's a long shot, though. That's 141 runs away. Which means the Scorpions will have to get 300 in this innings.
It will mean that this man on the screen, Romain Morris, will have to replicate what he did in that first innings. It will be interesting to see how he plays this. How positive will he be? Will he restrain some of his shots, some of his aggression? It's the context is just so much different. Scoreboard pressure now, so much to think about, so much variables for him to think about now. First innings will be definitely behind him.
It's getting to that time of the afternoon where it's very hot. The sun is blazing.
I think I need Hakeem Jordan glasses.
Yeah. I will be able to see the waterfront a lot clearer, I can tell you that. Cumberbatch was 4 for 15. It's bowling to Morris. Immediately the ball hits the middle of his bat. And Cumberbatch was taken off. And the ball was given to Hakeem Jordan after he took 2 wickets. He's now into his 8th over. And he has started a spell with a wicket that was off log.
I'm really impressed with how the captain for the Barbados Pride has maneuvered his bowlers so far. I think he has done a very good job.
Nice shot. There's a long on in place for Morris. 2 catching fielders in front of him on the onside, a short mid wicket and a short mid on. He still was able to get one down to long on. You mentioned Craig's captaincy. It has gotten better over time. Not that he's not used to captaining, but ever since he got that full-time reign for the West Indies team after that series in Bangladesh in 2021, you can see a difference in terms of how he operates. And even in Australia recently, you could see him thinking on his feet. He was always trying to find a solution for a problem. He was always creating different scenarios for in the field for his bowlers and his rotation of the bowlers as well.
Yeah, I think he's been much more proactive, and I think he's accepted the situation for what it is and the resources that he has at hand, and willing to maneuver it as best as possible. I mean, it's really difficult to captain a young team, especially when you're most times that you have new players to get. He himself was so impressed with Shamar Joseph. Wouldn't have known much about the Shamar Joseph, the way that he used Shamar Joseph on the final day in that test match was good.
I agree. Well, he was literally forced, because he said, Shamar said he was not going to give him the ball until the game was over. Cumberbatch will try to get a 5th wicket here. He's on the cusp. He has 4 for 17 as the over comes to an end at 162 for 5, a 42-run lead for the Scorpions. But they're not out of the woods yet. Leroy Lugg, the last man, dismissed for 43. Kurt McKenzie, he made 39. Remember that Chadwick Walton, he went for 5. He was the first man dismissed. And the captain, Jermaine Blackwood, didn't hang around for any period of time today. He made a duck from 3 deliveries. The other man, Carlos Brown, he was LBW to Cumberbatch. The only person Cumberbatch hasn't dismissed is Chadwick Walton. And Mansingh has 32 from 76 with 3 fours and a 6. Leroy Lugg made 43 with 2 fours and 2 sixes in his knock. While there's some other updates around the region. It's getting closer and closer to the end of play in the Eastern Caribbean. Well, it stumps at Coolidge. There's a shout for 2 as Mansingh nudges that one down to 3rd man.
I think what you get at the crease with Romain Morris is positive intention, good running between the wickets, very aggressive. Here's Morris. I think I've been very impressed with Shaquille Cumberbatch on debut. 4 wickets. I think he has kept it simple. He has played with the patience, played on the minds of the Jamaica Scorpion batsmen by just bowling very simple and keeping it disciplined as possible.
Yeah, I agree with you. He has bowled very straight. So as I was saying, the Guyana Harpy Eagles against the West Indies Academy at Coolidge. The Academy set 429 to win. They're struggling at 161 for 7. They need another 4. They need another 267 to win. I don't think they're going to get those. Jamaican Jordan Johnson made 54. Full delivery to Mansingh. Zoning in on his pads. Got some bat on it, and luckily he did, because that was honing in on the stumps.
Yeah, I think Primus, he uses his shoulders. He's a big unit, and as you see, this one is skiddy, a very low arm action. Here you go, a little slingy somewhat. And he's zoning at that front pad of Mansingh, who was equal to the task, and you expect him to. 78 deliveries he's been at the crease for. His 34 runs. Is Mansingh battling hard for the Jamaica Scorpions. The lead 45 it now stands at. They have work to do as the Scorpions.
Lot of work. So that game is at Coolidge, and I think that Guyana They're going to register their first win of the season, weather permitting. Over in Trinidad, that game is still on. The Red Force, they're 285 for 6 in their game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Hurricanes have been dominant in this game.
So a good call there from Morris. I think I've been very impressed with what I've seen about Morris so far. His whole attitude and approach to his batting, his keeping. And he's been working hard in the local cricket competition. Applies his shirt for Kingston Cricket Club. And has been very productive in recent times. And you put in the work, you will definitely get the result. It's very important that he stays hungry. He's Morris. He's looked good so far. 97 is behind him. A big task on his shoulders, and also Mansing, who has been resolute.
Trying to drive that one. Yeah. So the Red Force, with their score of 200 and I think it's 68 for 5. No, 285 for 6 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They have a lead of 104. And over at Chedwin Park, the Volcanoes, they had reduced the CCC to 108 for 5. The CCC, they are now 212 for 5. A meager lead of, I would say, 21 runs.
It's good to see some fight from the CC team. I checked the score when it was 108 for 5. I think Carter was still at the crease.
Yeah, and he's on 77 now from 144, so he's inching closer to back-to-back centuries. Romario Greaves has 49.
I think it would be good to see these two games push into the final day. That's what we want as it relates to the whole quality of this competition.
Here at Savannah Park, it's 165 for 5. The Scorpions, as Shaquille Comerbach goes round the wicket to Morris, drives it back firmly.
Oh, he's really middling them, is Morris. He's middled pretty much everything that has been dished out to him. Looks a bit organized, free. So there is freeness about how he's approached. Doesn't look tense, doesn't look bothered.
He has a very clear idea as to how he's going to score his runs. Out of all the Scorpions batters, he's the only one that gives you that sort of feeling. And based on what we have seen, his hitting areas are extra cover to deep mid-wicket. But he doesn't just go out and look for those shots. He allows the bowlers to come to him.
And as you said that, Jerome, and you look at what he has done in the Senior Cup, as we call it here, I think this shows a guy who has played runs at the Senior Cup level and now is replicating pretty much the same. It is very important that selectors locally trust, you would say, trust whatever players make in the Senior Cup, trust their abilities, and if they merit it by performance, they should be selected. I think I'm a firm believer of that.
Good luck with that.
I mean, it's the only metrics he can use.
Well, it should be used, you'd hope.
He's proven that good so far. Is Morris. He seems like he belongs at the first class level. I mean, before this, you looked at his I mean, he's not new. He would have played, I think, 3 games before this year. I mean, had a very nothing to write home about. But again, he would have gone to the drawing boards, went at the senior cup level and make runs. And you have to trust the product that you're creating or that you have.
And I have a issue in terms of some players, but Morris in particular, you have to give him credit just because he was around the setup before, basically discarded, did so well that you can't look beyond him. You're forced to recall him. He comes to the national trials and he does well. And you're basically forced to pick him on performance.
Which I say,
Nice
I'm
drive
hoping-
from Mansing. Sweet. That's a top shot. He got on top of the bounce and just leaned forward and caressed it forward of point. It was a full delivery though from Komabach. Had to be dispatched. But he did so immaculately and takes the score up to 171 for 5. He's up to 39. Yes, you would want the meritocracy, the meritocracy of the process to be honored. But when you look at some of the players who actually dominate at the senior cup level, they never really get a chance to play for the Scorpions. It could also be a fact that the selectors are probably saying that some of these players probably won't survive at the first class level, much less the international level, but you just never know.
And there is also the notion, and I am trying to think like a selector here, and there's many times you know the professional system, and these guys are playing. You're investing in them. You give them contracts, and I think when you give a player a contract, you're hoping that you get some returns on your investment. And a lot of these guys, 14, 15 players you contract each year, you want to see some sort of returns on your investments. I think you're forced to also stick to that theory. Meanwhile, blooding players who would have performed at the senior cup level. But we have Morris. He has looked really good. Hoping that he continues on that vein. As Jamaica lead now pushes to over that 50 mark. 51 runs. Psychological. You get to 50, then you want to get to 100, then you want to get to 150. And you have these little psychological landmarks that plays on the opposition's psyche.
Primus is steaming in. Edge. Outstanding. It's dropped. No. Whoa. Totally the glare in my eyes are hampering my vision. It was slashed hard. Dorich had it for a moment. And it just couldn't stick.
And you expect Shane Dorich to take that test.
As the third drop chance.
Test wicketkeeper, former test wicketkeeper Shane Dorich. I think he would have set some higher standard for himself. You'd have to say that's a loose shot there outside the off stump. But Primus, he seems to come on to you just a little bit quicker than you expect.
Short again, and he's forcing that one out to deep point. And it's probably retribution for Primus because he dropped an easier chance earlier. So he can't really complain. If we can see the replay again just one more time. See if Dorich was in control before he fell. Or is it that he hit his elbows on the ground and then it came out? No, it bubbled. It came onto him very quickly. But he has to take it.
Yep. I think that's a regulation catch.
Especially as an international wicketkeeper.
At this standard, I think you have to take those at this standard. It's the first class level.
Some would say that you were harsh because he had to move to his left. But he came quickly. I agree with you, by the way, that he should take it. Mansing guides that one down to deep point. 173 now for 5. It really fooled me because I saw the man at first basically moving as if he was celebrating. Felt as if he gathered it. But then Primus's reaction showed you that it was down. So,
Yes, his reaction said it all.
but as I said, he can't really complain much because he dropped a dolly earlier. Not to say it's okay to drop his catches. Just a reminder that it happens.
I was hoping you're not saying two wrongs make a right.
In some situations, they do.
The weather has been brilliant. I'm really running from the weather here. The sunset as it pitches on the waterfront here in Kingston Friday evening. Primus again. There's rushing Morris here. It just gives that extra zip about him, a slingy action. He's Primus. Big shoulders. He's a big unit.
Yeah, and what's weird about that as well is that he tends to sling the ball in with away from the right-handers into the left-handers with a new ball. But in this spell, you saw the balls almost tailing into the right-hander. But that one to the left-hander was at the natural angle, came back towards the stumps.
Yeah. Have a couple of catches been down at in this game, but you have to set very high standards. The Leroy Lug catch wasn't that costly. Lug was dismissed for 43 there, as you saw. Made 43 from 59.
I think he should have gotten a bigger score. It was well set. And the field
The
was
dreaded 30s and the dreaded 40s.
yeah. Recurring theme in regional cricket. Good-looking 30s and good-looking 40s. No big scores for the Scorpions. Kevin Wickham is getting ready. He bowled an over of leg spin in the first innings. And then he resorted to off spinners. Let's see what happens in this innings. Multifaceted player. But it's off spin. That's more like darters, really. Fired that one in. Oh, spin there for him.
Woo! That man, that was a good start, boys. Come on, hang here. Wanna let me go, John?
Nice again from Wickham.
Come on, let me hear you on. Let me hear you float me on. All right, Mickey. Oh, yeah.
This is nice from Kirk Brathwaite, getting the off spinner in against the left-handed Romain Morris. Creating the angle of the ball spinning away from the left-hander. Pretty sure that Morris will probably fancy his chances against the left arm work on it, the ball spinning into him. No, Craig Brathwaite just changing the dynamics here and bringing in Kevin Wickham into the equation.
Tidy first over. A couple of deliveries that spun past the outside edge. But no real threat to Romain Morris. It's not fast turn, it's almost slow zip. It was easy for him to negotiate. So it's 50 overs in the innings for the Scorpions, 174 for 5. Russian Primus is gonna get ready again. The lead is only 54. I think they need another 130 or so, another 150. to really cause any problems on this surface.
Well, the tail have to, what you call it, wag.
Yeah.
And I think it's a respectable tail that the Jamaica Scorpions possess. In the lights of Gordon Bryan and Derval Green, those guys can handle themselves with the bat. I would not put Pete Salmon in that category of the tail. I think he's a quality all-round player. And he needs to show that to the region. He has done well with the ball. He's gotten a couple scores. I think now would be a good time for him to get something substantial.
And Primus is working up ahead of steam here, showing aggression, exchanging a few words with Abhijay Mansingh.
I like it. I like this competitive nature. Like when any captain will like when you give it the ball to a bowler and he comes in and gives 110. He's really fired up for this one, is Primus.
Nice drive again. That's what Mansingh craves for. Another run takes him up to 41.
No, Morris was middled everything so far, or most things apart from that job chance. Morris uses his hands very well. You look at players who has good hands at the crease as a batsman, he jumps out to you so far in this game. Generally used to wicket keepers being very busy at the crease and always looking for opportunities to score.
Short. There's a appeal. It's not confident.
That was definitely an eyes.
Dorich gathered that one. Yeah, down the leg side. Don't think it came off the bat.
But I like this from Primus though. I mean, the last session of the day, I mean, yes, he can give it a burst, then go back to his hotel room or wherever and just have a relief after. But for now, he's looking to give it 120%, running in very hard and asking questions. This is very good from Primus.
And the over comes to an end. Morris a little bit more sedate in his approach today. 4 from 23 or 4 from 24. It's 175 for 5. It's going to be Kevin Wickham to bowl.
Mansingh 41 from 87. Morris 4 from 24. Jamaica just scoring just around 3.5 runs per over. The lead 55. They lead by is the Jamaica Scorpions.
Looks really easy out there to bat. No real devils in the wicket.
It's really good for batting to me.
Just lack of application. Continues to haunt the Scorpions. Drive again. There's no man there. It's going through cover. It's going down to the boundary. Warwick is sweeping and takes him up to 43. It's 175 for 5. I think it's going to be backs away again and gets it through that vacant cover region. At least one, and they're going to get two because of a misfield from McAllister. Takes him up to 45.
It's been a very good innings from Mansing. I think just one rush of blood I saw from him when he was looking to hike Jamal Warwick on over wide long on. But I think apart from that, he's been very sedate in his approach. He has been very controlled, responsible. That is what the situation requires from him. Understanding the context of the game, understanding how important that it is for him to bat time. And in batting time, just rotate the strike and accumulate runs. He's done that well so far. Of course, I think this is his second season being entrusted with the duties of batting through this middle order is Mansing.
Yeah, and a change in field, by the way. The man from square leg has gone to cover. Backs away again, and that's going to be 4. No need to worry. Inches closer to a half century. And Wickham too short, too wide, and that's 3 runs for Mansing, who loves the late cut and the cover drive. Takes the Scorpions now up to 183 for 5.
Yeah, that one just going on with the arm a bit flatter, a bit faster. And he came down on that one on time and played it very late, smartly, just using the pace really to that one is Mansing. And this has been a really good knock. And now is where when he probably, if and when he gets to this half century, then the message should come out to him and say, hey, the job is far from over.
What will be a 4th first-class half-century. Turns it away and gets it now. I think the scoreboard, he now recognizes that he's actually on 50. And he celebrates by raising his bat. A muted celebration, but I'm sure he's proud of his achievement. Just the first step as the Scorpions get to drinks at 184 for 5. 50 off 93 balls, 5 fours and a 6. A very good knock from Abhijay Mansing. Need more of that. Another 50 at least. And we're going to take a break here because the players are having a refreshment break. The Scorpions, they lead by 64. So welcome back to our coverage here at Sabina Park. It's the final hour of play. I don't think you're going to get another hour. Going up to about 5:30 local time, which is another 44 minutes. And Warwick on his back. He's wicketless so far. Mansing guides it backward of point and says no. He's on 50.
Stand, but where you at?
He was struggling with the ball and was getting cheap scores. So he's found a way to put himself back into contention and favor as he pushes that one down to a deepish mid-on. 185 for 5 as Keswick Williams rejoins us.
Well, if it's a good day to score runs, or if it should be a good day to score runs, Mansing is cashing in. And what a time to cash in as well. It's definitely needed. The middle order have been struggling for some time for Jamaica. Really and truly only Morris has been dominating the middle. So it's really good to see Mansing join the party.
Sweep shot comes out. There's no one there. That's a good shot. He's really playing the field here, Romain Morris. Selected the area with the spin. That's a calculated move and gives him another boundary. 33 runs now, the partnership between the two.
Something that he has really done well throughout this tournament is picking the gaps, play what he know. That's a manner in which he has been scoring with as well.
It's outside the line of the off stump.
Warwick not really impressed with the decision from umpire Williams. Warwick really bowling the bulk of the overs here for the Prides. You'll surely see her.
That's a one. Good call from Mansing. Sends the opportunity for a run. And the lead is now 70. And that completes the 53rd over of the innings. It's 190 for 5. I was saying 200 runs could be a workable total for the Scorpions based on the position of the game, by the way. Shaquille Cumberbatch has 4 for 22 on debut. This is his second innings. He took a wicket in the first innings. But I'm saying 200 runs could be where the Scorpions think they have a chance, maybe to create some.
Anything under 200 or so would be, I think, might be a little bit too easy for Barbados. Looking at the nature of the wicket and how good it is to bat on. So to feel comfortable or to be confident, you must go over 200 or so. They have the ability to do that. I did mention earlier, if they bat through the day, they would have a lead of about 80, between the 80 or 90 or so. That's 70 now. But it's good to see what they have done so far. It actually pushed Craig Brathwaite to bring in a part-timer to bowl. So that's really good so far from the Scorpions, being able to push Craig Brathwaite to use that part-timer.
Crunched away back with a point. Shane Mosley has a lot of work to do, and they're coming back for 2. Good strong throw, but he can't stop 2. Takes the score up to 192 for 5. 72 the lead now for the Scorpions. And Morris is into double figures, 11 from 29. Uncharacteristic of him based on what we have seen this season. He's been scoring at a much faster rate than that. Just thinking about a run to mid-on. Mansing was sent back.
So we have been here from the first game between Winwards and the Scorpions. And we've been looking at Mansing for a while. What do you see different from this knock from him?
He's playing a lot straighter.
Exactly.
I think that's the most important thing. A couple of times he has fallen over, once against the Volcanoes where he clipped a ball to short mid-wicket. Sweep shot coming out there. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's not going to get there, I don't think. Akeem Jordan in pursuit. 2 more runs added to the total. So that was a game where he played to mid-wicket and he was caught. And then I think last week he was caught down the leg side, fending off. This week he was LBW playing across his front pad again. I'm trying to remember the very first dismissal against the Volcanoes. That one was faster. It was too close to play that shot. Went right through Morris. Evaded the stumps, luckily. But he's there at 194 for 5. So in this innings, what Mansing has done better is that he's scoring in front of him. A lot more cover drives rather than looking to play the ball backward of point. Has dabbed a few, but he's scored to mid-on, to mid-off, extra cover, and a couple forward of point, which are good signs that he's waiting on the ball to come to him. And he's playing under his eyes. A couple of deliveries have been tugged through the onside, but that was, I think one was a full toss that he hit for 6. It wasn't a full toss, but a very full delivery. That was the only 6 of the innings, or is the only 6 of the innings so far. He had a moment where he was trying to go across the line and the ball took the outer half of the bat and it ballooned over the slips. But since then he has played everything in that V which is required by the manual.
Something I've noticed as well is he's actually waiting. Plays it a lot later. The position of the game demands him to occupy the crease, and he's doing so.
Clipped away. That's going to be at least 2. Slip is involved in the chase as well as the forward square, but they turned down 3. 196 now for 5, and it comes back again, Keswick, to what we have been saying about the Scorpions, is that once they spend time at the crease, naturally they're going to score at a decent rate. It's over 3.5 runs and over. They've already lost half their team. A couple of soft dismissals. Still believe Lug will be a little bit disappointed. Driven nicely by Mansing.
Actually, Chris was making some comments on Leroy Lugg just before he got out. I think he had the commentator's curse as well.
As
all
you?
over him. No, I don't have it. You have it. You're brilliant with it. That brings the end of the over, end of another Jamal Warrican over. Still wicketless. It's his 20th over. Score is 196 for 5. Jamaica Scorpion lead by 76 runs. Still not enough. Both batters have to try finish today's play. The fact that Craig Brathwaite has reintroduced or introduced, sorry, a part-timer. It shows that he really wants a wicket. He really wants something to happen.
Go on, Johnny. Keep going, John.
Saw him bowl a few overs as well in the first innings.
Again, John.
I want to see a lot of these players. He can wicket keep as well in Kevin Wickham.
Indeed. It's down the leg side.
Saw him wicket keep in CPL. Bats really well and can bowl spin. Similar to Jonathan Carter, he can keep as well. Can bowl medium pace, and there's no doubt about how good he is with the bat.
Morris tugs that one away. Doesn't get it cleanly. Rare occurrence is that. It goes very close to the boundary. They're coming back for 3. Good running. 199 known for 5, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Even though that they have been losing wickets, they haven't been scoring badly at all.
Okay.
For sure now, at the end of play, they would be over 95 or so.
Short delivery, and that's turned forward a square. Are they going to consider 2? No, not to Jonathan Drakes. The 200th run comes up for the Scorpions. 200 for 5. Well, that's just a minor situation. They're only leading by 80. This partnership, by the way, is valued at 44. 27 to Mansingh and 14 to Morris.
Well, we know that he can change gears, so we're not really too bothered much about his approach now. The main thing is them getting to the close of play. Really happy to see Abhijay Mansingh in the runs. That will do his confidence a world of good. Did have a conversation with him through lunch, and he did mention his line is off, and during the break he would put in some work to try to get that right.
So it's not a break to put up your feet.
It's not a break at all to put your feet up. You have to work. You have to continue to work. It's very demanding at this level. To get here is difficult, but to stay here is even harder.
Yeah.
Same to international cricket, because there's always someone young and coming up that's willing to sneak in as soon as you lapse. There's someone always ready to take that position, so you always have to be on your A game.
So Warrican is round the wicket to Mansingh, and he's bowled him. It pitched in the rough outside the leg stump, and he was looking to pad it out, and it goes straight through. That's so unfortunate. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, it did. And it basically rolled onto the stumps.
Kept low. Probably one of the first deliveries we seen that actually kept low. Just decide to come from over here, Warrican.
I want to see it again to see the length in terms of if he could have
Immediate
just
success.
Yeah, if he could have just
It was actually a bit faster as well. Because of where it pitched, he probably thought that it wouldn't spin that much.
Yeah.
Way outside.
Yeah, he couldn't kick it.
And it was faster too.
Yeah, it was fast and it was too short. Yeah, it just hit one of those rough areas outside the leg stump and basically darted towards the stumps.
Really unfortunate, I would say. But he's gone for 54. Leader scored 200 for 6. Warwick can pick it up his first wicket in the second innings.
Maybe because of what has happened so far. Just wasn't expecting that, but I think a coach would probably still find a way to say Mansingh could have done better. They normally find a way, by the way, the coaches.
Always. If you can't find a way, you shouldn't be a coach.
Yeah, so maybe he could have showed some more energy in terms of trying to get it out, but it's just so unfortunate for the right-hander. And maybe if he had tried to play the ball,
From where it pitched,
you didn't expect it to spin
and
that much.
normally with the bounce that the wicket has been given over the last couple of days, you probably would have expected it to bounce a bit more and probably rock on to the pad, but just kept low, and it was quicker. It was a bit quicker as well.
Far quicker. Pete Salmon has elected to use his bat.
That one actually
Barbados
dropping
right
short of the man at a short leg.
So someone who was dismissed by a full toss in the first innings
Using the rough well, Warwick.
takes a step outside or a step towards the ball before the bowler is even ready. These are the fine margins which can define a game. Spins out of the rough again.
Looks like he may cause a bit of problem coming from over the wicket.
Gets it into that rough area again, Jamel Warkan. So it's obvious what the plan is.
And he's using it well.
Ryan Hines having discussions with Kevin Wickham, who is at long on. He's now going over the wicket. Or this should be round the wicket, actually. That's straight. Umpire says not. Warwick can't believe it. Let's see.
Delivering from wide again. Not as wide as he would normally deliver it from, but pitched in line. Looks like it would miss leg as well. The thing with Warwick, because he comes from so wide, the chance of it sliding down is always very high.
Well, that's definitely a sliding delivery.
It did pitch on middle for sure, but it is going down. So it's a good decision. But I mean, as a bowler, you would always think it's out. But to me, from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's sliding down.
Yeah, clipping at best.
Probably just clipping, I guess. But to me, from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's definitely going down. He comes from wide as well. Comes from wide whenever he goes over. Where it pitches not an issue, but you're still seeing, when it hit, you're still seeing middle and off stump.
Driven by Morris as Wickham continues. 20 years of age. Wickham pull that one away again. It's going to go very close to the boundary. I don't think Warwickon has the legs to stop it. It takes Morris up to 18. That was short from Wickham. Not as short as you think, though, but Morris was quick to pounce on it.
That's quick hands.
Yeah, in such good form. Fast hands through the ball.
Keep going, Johnny. Keep going, Johnny.
And he clubbers that one, but it goes a little bit squarer.
It's not really timing it this evening, Morris. That's probably the third pool shot that we have seen that he haven't really connected with. Someone that really connected in the last innings a few games ago is Pete Salmon, who we know surely can hit the ball a long way.
Forced off the back foot by Salmon.
Finish action, Vicky. Finish action, buddy. Catch it!
That balloons off the bat onto the pad. It goes over short leg. That was a little bit lazy from Salmon, actually. A half stride. He was neither forward nor back. Ball spun back towards him. He wants one to McAllister. Gets it.
And that's the bounce that we've been talking about. Sometimes it just gives you that odd bounce, or it does a bit too much for you. Sort of leave you in a position where you're not sure if you want to go on your front foot or if you want to come back. So it leaves you to second guess if you should be on your front foot, or if you should be on your back foot. But then when you make up your mind, it's a bit too late. As you see the end of another over, end of another Kevin Wickham's over. Score is 206 for 6. With a lead of 86. No surprise that Jamel Warwickon is back with ball in hand. So many shows when he has the ball in hand. Always seems like there's always an event every delivery.
Nice and tight, nice and tight.
Warwickon is continuing to beat someone. So we're not going to get 90 overs today. Another 20 minutes to go. 81 overs have been bowled so far in the day. Warwickon changes the angle again. And gets it out the half of Pete Salmon's bat. He's going to think about two.
Should only just be one. Probably make it 5 at best. two spinners bowling presently. But if the batters really are aware, they would try to slow down the game.
Spins out of the rough again, but no success for Warrican this time. It's the end of the 59th over at 207 for 6.
Is 207 for the last 6 wickets.
Lead is what? 87. So only Gordon, Bryan, Derval Green, and O.J. Shields to come for the Scorpions. Bryan can stick around. Green has made runs at this level before. He hasn't been in any form.
But we're picking up 4 wickets, so they should be in a better frame of mind.
Pulled away. That was short. No timing though from someone. Takes the score up to 208 for 6. Left alone. Dorich was sure it was coming back onto the stumps. But you call those a great leave. It was close though. Didn't spin. It came on with the angle from round the wicket. Flighted delivery. Scorpions are obviously trying to get to the close with whatever they have left.
That would be the right thing to do. Get into the closer play and then come out fresh tomorrow and approach it in the best way possible, in a positive way as well.
I like this from Morris as well. It's showing that he can adapt to the situation. Well, he hit it straight to mid wicket. I did it again. Just got another batter out. It was short and he was looking to hammer it over mid wicket. No elevation and straight to Primus, who dropped a dolly earlier and gets an easy chance this time. And Romain Morris has to go. He goes off the field for 19 at 208 for 7. My apologies.
Oops, he did it again. I just hope it doesn't rub off on me. Romain Morris, we're sorry, we have to go for 19. Derval Green walks out. Pretty sure that Barbados would be very confident now that they somewhat have one in the bag. Derval Green is not really a flop with the bat either, but can he score in the manner of which Romain Morris would have scored if he had stayed there for the night and come back in the morning? Can he do that? Don't think so, but he can occupy the crease. Barbados looking comfortable at this stage. Craig Bradford and his men really showed some class in terms of their approach to this game. Craig showed what it means and what it's like to play at the international level and then come down to the first class level. He showed a quality player he is.
Catch it!
Oh, there was a shout of catch him. Wickham is causing problems with his off spin. It's 208 for 7 after 60 overs. A slender lead of 88. This game won't pass 2 sessions tomorrow if it stays like this.
Sitting here and wondering how much time you're gonna jinx batters
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything positive going forward.
or negative.
Definitely.
And the thing about that shot is that he played that shot about 4 times before and did not connect either.
Yeah. I wonder if he got caught in a shell where he was worried about getting out. Maybe if he was
Sometimes,
as positive as he was before.
That's how he played from even the first game against Windwards and then CCC. He gets a little bit too careful and forget what he can do. In this game, we see a change in approach from him.
Shout of catch. Square leg comes in to do the fielding. They get a run to take the lead up to 89. I don't think the Scorpions will be pleased at all. No one has gotten over anywhere close, I would say, to what Craig Brathwaite did. Not many have that power of concentration, really. It's really innate.
Different human being,
Yeah.
I'd say. The temperament.
You're built with that.
Pretty sure that he's certainly is good with relationships, I would think. He has good patience. And he need that to deal with.
Goes for the drive. It comes off the outer half of the bat. It's skewed away down to point. And they get 2. So the 91 lead at 211 for 7. And the first set of runs for Derval Green.
Prides will really push it to get as much overs in this evening. Angler in again. He's not really a big turn of the ball, Warwickman, but as I mentioned, he's really smart. He varies pace. And he's going over again.
That's pitching outside leg stump. That's a waste of an appeal. And that completes the 61st over. Gonna look at this one to see where it pitched in comparison to Mansing's delivery.
I want to look at where it pitched, but look at where Shane Dodge is as a keeper.
Oh.
He did pitch outside leg,
It
but,
did hit in that rough area as well and kept a little bit low.
but looking at where Shane Dodge is standing, like he's standing down, like
Yeah, it's giving him the signal as to where to look. Use the glove as a guideline to hit that spot.
where to pitch it.
Yeah. And it brings up a discussion that we were having at lunchtime. The ball's pitching outside leg stump and not being able to be adjudged as a LBW because of the rules of the game.
Few players was a bit annoyed with it and decided that as long as it goes on to hit the stump, one should be out. So
Cut
it was a-
away. I don't think cover is going to stop that. It has enough power and legs in it. And trickles into the boundary. 215 now for 7, the Scorpions. And Pete Salmon loves that shot through forward of point. He was bold in the last game.
with that shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of players had their differences and had their own opinions against that rule. ICC is in charge, so the most we can do is follow.
And there he goes, edging away. That is bad cricket. And the Scorpions are tumbling now. It's only a matter of when.
Again, Foster. You said you're not going to say anything, but again, Foster. You did mention that you got outplaying that shot. Pete Salmon is gone now for 8. With a lead of 95, they're 215 for 7. Again, for 8, sorry, again, Foster. How much times are you going to do it?
I wouldn't expect that shot with 8 minutes to go to the close of play.
Just like I wouldn't expect you to say it again. But as I did say, you have a thing with words.
Well, one thing for sure, we're coming back here tomorrow. It won't be for long, though, unless it rains. Or some unforeseen circumstances.
There you go again. Folks who are looking on, don't surprise if there's a bit of showers tomorrow, because Foster have a thing with words. Please don't jinx Gordon O'Brien as he walks to the crease. We didn't see a lot of him this morning with the ball in hand. Have that little issue with his left forearm from that hit from Jonathan Carter in the last game. So he's having a bit of issue with that forearm. Hence the reason why he's wearing an arm guard. But Kevin Wickham picks up another wicket. Gordon O'Brien is very capable of occupying the crease. I'll take the honors in saying that, not Foster. Because we all know what happened when Foster say things.
But the funny thing is, whenever I give compliments to the opposition team, they tend to bat longer. So it's probably just the Scorpions. Brian is solid behind the ball.
Wasting a bit of time, Gordon.
He's telling the umpire that he's sorry, but he really isn't, because it's strategic. It's a part of burning time. 5 minutes to go. He's on the back foot. Has no need to worry because of the even bounce. He's really ambling. And that completes a successful over for Kevin Wickham. Consecutive overs with wickets, and he has 2 for 62, 2 for 26, and it's 216 for 8. Scorpions, they only lead by 95. So only 4 minutes to go. Let's see if this will be the final over. I doubt it. The rate at which Warwick gets through his overs, highly unlikely.
Probably in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, unless someone gets out now, it's surely going to be the last over. And Green is clipping that to mid-wicket.
Oh, Foster. He almost, I swear, for a moment there, I was saying that you did it again, Foster. But he's knocked it out. Yeah, you see Shane Dorridge. Look at him. He's gone down the leg side.
It's on the stumps, and they want one. The green is sent back by Bryant.
So the fact that Shane Dorridge has stepped down more to the leg side,
Smart stuff
Hakeem
here from
Jordan.
Derval Green, yeah.
it's gone a bit wider. Coming back over. Again, Warwick just playing with the mind of Dorval. Comfortable forward.
I'll be doing some gardening now and some rehearsals. Step away to.
I'm pretty sure that he will cause a lot more problems coming from over the wicket.
Yeah.
Left arm over. Skipper Craig Brathwaite called in the field.
He goes aerial and goes over mid wicket. And he goes for 4. Yeah.
I'm sure he had a thing or two to say to that shot. Got a bit too close to him there, Warwican. Honestly, he deserved the treatment.
I would be a little bit worried. I would be fuming if I were the coach. Had he not connected with that.
And a good thing he did. Pretty sure that he'll be saying something to the Barbados Pride players. Just that one player moves from square leg down to deep mid wicket.
Goes to short leg. 5:29 local time.
This should be the last over.
I think by the time the umpire gets to the stumps, it's going to be 5:30. So I presume this might be it. Green is taking an almighty time. Yeah, he takes his time. Silly point, short leg slip and a slip. They all go down with a no ball from Jamil Warwican, and Craig Brathwaite is fuming. And that means they have missed the opportunity now to bowl an extra over, because it's going to be over 5:30 by the time the over comes to an end. Brathwaite is not happy about it.
I wonder if it's a front foot no ball or cutting the line, but
Oh, there's a loud appeal here. Oh, it says it's sliding down. And that sums up the type of day it is so far for the Scorpions. It has been a very topsy-turvy day for them. Let's see, good decision. And umpire Brathwaite is at his crease now. He waits and says, "See you tomorrow, gentlemen." And that's the end of the day's play. 220 for 8. A lead of exactly 100 runs for the Jamaica Scorpions. Haven't done well at all with the batting hand in this second innings. And they have now allowed the Pride to leave for another day in total control. It was the same for day 2, same for day 3. The Barbados Pride restarted the day at 315 for 6. They lost Shane Dorridge for 44. Captain Craig Brathwaite made 142 from his overnight 129. Dorridge was resuming on 19. Shaquille Comerbatch, he was not out on 15. Jamil Warwican made 16 and Jair McAllister 4. Derval Green 4 for 78. Pete Salmon 3 for 94. And O.J. Shields 1 for 59. The wicket takers, 2 other wickets going via the run-out route. In the second innings of the Scorpions, Chadwick Walton was caught by the wicketkeeper of Jair McAllister for 4. Kurt McKenzie, he was strangled down the leg side by Shaquille Comerbatch, by the wicketkeeper who took that catch. 39. Carlos Brown made 35. He was LBW to Comerbatch. Leroy Lugg was caught by Jonathan Drakes off the bowling of Cumberbatch. And Jermaine Blackwood was bowled by Cumberbatch. Only 3 deliveries faced, no runs scored. Abhijay Mansingh has top scored so far with 54. Romain Morris, 19. Second to last man dismissed, and the last man dismissed was Pete Salmon, caught cutting with 8 minutes to go to play to the end of the day's play by Shane Dorridge off the bowling of Kevin Wickham. Green is not out on 6. Gordon Bryan faced 4 deliveries. Akeem Jordan is wicketless, none for 38 from 11 overs, 1 maiden. McAllister was erratic for most parts of his spell. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. Jamel Warrican, 1 for 70 from 24 overs. Shaquille Cumberbatch is the main man, the main destroyer so far. 4 for 22 from 9 overs. Russian Prime was 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. And Kevin Wickham, 2 for 20 from 6 overs. So, the Jamaica Scorpions will resume the final day, 220 for 8, a lead of 100. And from me, Jerome Foster, Keswick Williams, and Christopher A. Gale, we see you here at Sabina Park tomorrow at 9:55 a.m. local time.